Hello, beautiful souls. Welcome to Truth Wave. I'm your host, Victor. Thank you so much for coming by on this unannounced, well, this had an announcement of a few hours, but to our Stepping Out of the Matrix special tonight, this evening, for about the next 5 hours. We're going to discuss all things concerning the Matrix, concerning stepping out. When we first started seeing the glimmer of it, and by the Matrix, we're talking about stepping outside of all the things that are presented to us constantly bombarded by media, by sporting events, perfect example today, by other events, royalty, people getting crowned, celebrity. Now we're going to talk about all that today. And we have quite a few guests coming by, some people you see on the regular and some that you don't get to experience very often, but I will say it should be very interesting. So thank you for coming by. And also, we're going to do something right off the top. And we'll talk about what we do here for a bit, right? For anyone that's uninitiated to the Truth Wave energy meditation. And we should have our first guest in about 15 minutes. Oh, I'm sorry, 10 minutes. I looked at the clock wrong. And we'll be having people throughout the night come trickling in and trickling out. So first, let's get into the chat and see who the recipient of First Love is. It's still relevant. Okay, we'll have 3 today. Looks like it is. Oh, Scotty Boy. Congratulations. Be sure to give Scotty Boy the appropriate amount of accolades within the chat for having First Love here. First one here. Okay, that works as far as I'm concerned.
I love you. I love you. I love you.
And for clarity, the first chat is the first love chat is the one that comes into my software first, because it may be the first one on YouTube or X or Rumble or Facebook, wherever you're watching. However, it's got to be the first one that comes into my software, where it pulls all the messages from all the platforms. Just for a moment of clarity there. Yeah, so many things. Let me kill that for a minute. There we go. Let's get over here. Say hi to a few people. Millie, good to see you. Heaney, thank you for coming by. Josh, good to see you. Thank you for coming by. Actually, Josh may be appearing tonight as well. We may have a few visitors that are going to surprise all of us. Angela, good to see you. Karen, good to see you. Welcome. Josh is here. And looks like Lindsay's here. Awesome. Angela. PG. Yeah, we're going to be doing it. There we go. Now that I've gotten myself comfortable. Horses Trigger Hope, thank you for coming by. Viviane. Now let me get down here to the new messages, because some people might not even be here. They may have come and gone. And then we'll get right here on topic. Wow, like all kinds of things going on in here. Care Bear, good to see you. Thanks for coming by. Yeah. All right. Looks like I'm almost caught up with chat. However, I want to start this off. And stepping out of the matrix. What do we mean? We're seeing a lot of it. We're seeing this acceleration right now because things that have been presented to us throughout the years over and over and over and over and over are starting to wear very thin. And this is not going to be a political discussion tonight, because I think the things that are happening are outside of politics, because at least in the United States, both of our parties are equally, and some people may be offended by that, but I would say our elected leaders, I wouldn't say the parties have equal views, but I would say the elected leaders are probably just as compromised on each side of the fence, most likely. For this to go on and on and on, you get elected, then you decide to play ball, and you earn in that position $100,000 a year. But for some reason, you do one tour, you do 4 years as in whatever position that you can run for reelection and serve over and over and over. And I think that's a whole other discussion right there about term limits. However, how do these people after getting paid X amount for so many years, they leave that job worth $5 million, $10 million? Yeah, how does that happen? So, hey, Serena, very good to see you. Very good to see you. Bath cruise here, a bit early. I want to say hi to my friend Josh real quick. How you doing, Josh? Good. Good. And see, Karen says, right now, anything that doesn't have a large amount of spirit involved just feels unreal to me, like Flatland. Yeah, that's an interesting analogy. Is that an analogy? Yeah. Well, it's an interesting comparison because think about things that you used to do in your past, things that you would do, and you would just readily happily do them, or sometimes it's your favorite thing that you do, and then all of a sudden you have no desire, no drive to do that thing that you used to care so much about. And maybe it's because you were having more fun than you were having, or perhaps that's the thing you would go do when you were avoiding something else, you see. So those unimportant things start flowing out of your being, out of your day. So awesome. All right. I will be right back in a moment. And in the meantime, I will be right back, and we may have a special guest coming up. Hold on a second, please. There we go. Getting a few things taken care of. We have, I was confirming with some of the guests. We have some guests off stage right now so they can hear everything you guys type. And there we go. Oh, did I miss something? Oh, that's good. Karen writes, intermission, who is old enough to remember double features at the movies? And we would have an intermission and always a cartoon at the beginning. Wow, I bet that's a fond memory for you. I'm joking. I actually do remember them. And Scotty Boy, let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. With a dancing drink and hot dog and a bun. Yeah, you remember that. Actually, I'm going to diverge for a moment away from our topic and talk about I'm going to diverge for a moment and talk about. Lost my subject. Lost it right there because I received a text. That's okay. That's okay. But yeah, I was going to diverge from the topic for a moment from the overall topic that we're just hanging out. This is not necessarily this is not an anti anything. I'm not anti sport. It is anti, I guess, I'm not going to say it's anti anything. I don't like to be anti anything. I like to be pro things. But if you are pro peace, does that make you anti war? That's kind of a philosophical trap right there. But no, I don't like to be anti anything. However, I do prefer to spend my time in things that enrich me or things that are not going to be indoctrinating me without me knowing it. You see, there's many ways to look at this subject tonight. And actually, out of everyone in chat, how many of you are actually going to partake in the sporting event tonight? Yeah, we are pro love. Yeah. 1 second. All right. Now, the double features at the movie were a lot of fun, and that's kind of what I was going to digress to. And that is something that so many people are going to miss out on, because when you're a kid and going to the drive-in movie, and I even remember when some of the drive-ins we'd go to would have speakers, wired-in speakers that were on poles, and you had to come up and you had a little volume knob, and you'd set that inside your window. And then later came around the tuning it to your radio. And doing the whole radio thing, tuning it to your radio, was kind of fun. But it would broadcast the signal out at, I don't know, 500 feet. And sometimes you could sit with a radio and watch it in some areas wherever the signal would leak out. Watch the movie for free kind of thing. Yeah, so it's a great time. It was even kind of fun, and my son couldn't believe this whenever he watched a video on something about kids sneaking into the drive-in theater, and they would sneak in the trunk. They'd roll in through the trunk, and I've actually done that. I did that at least once or twice, and we got through. It was kind of fun, and I think my older cousins at the time may have just paid for us anyway as we went through, and then had them come around and say something at the trunk while we were inside, and it was kind of thrilling, and we're in there laughing. So maybe it was a big setup. Maybe it was them doing something fun for us, which in its own right is kind of fun. Yeah. Something else too I would like to talk about concerning this sporting event. Let's see. So I think Scotty's saying he is not going to watch it. I do have some intellectual curiosity, because a very famous billionaire is supposed to run $40 million worth of ads tonight, demonstrating all the fraud that's been going on within our country. And that would be interesting in its own right to see. However, if the ads are that good, or if they air, unless it's just speculation, they'll be all over X. Give them time, and they'll be all over X and YouTube and everywhere else. So I don't really feel like it. And then, that's another aspect of it too, is the FOMO involved. The FOMO, fear of missing out. Because some people don't want to be that person that shows up to work tomorrow. Think about this. Some people don't want to be that person that shows up at work tomorrow, and then all of a sudden, it's everyone's standing around the water cooler talking about the game, and they have no idea. So maybe there's some social pressure of attending, and then of course it's the whole keeping up with the Joneses aspect as well. Because if hey, I'm going to the Super Bowl, throwing it over, putting it in people's face. So. Oh, Karen. Oh, how funny. I'm sorry. I didn't see that earlier. So Karen got to ride in the trunk. Yeah, see? These people know what we're talking about. Yeah, it's sad. Meg, I agree. It's sad when we see certain landmarks. What's really fun though, there's a web page out there that tracks old drive-in movie theaters, like locations. And a lot of towns had them 30, 40 years ago. And you can still see the terraced picture. You can still see where the land was terraced. And a lot of times some of the structures, the foundations will be there. Because I know in one town that's close to where I live, a fellow bought the land. And I know this it's not hearsay, I know it from my cousin. And my cousin said that he helped go out there in that pasture and pull up miles and miles of speaker wire. So in that pasture, the fellow that bought that site ended up putting a barn on the projector house platform. Well, on the foundation, excuse me. I thought that was very interesting. Yeah, so thank you for sharing that. Looks like Serena, our bath crew, is looking for those Elon commercials. Okay, so are you actively out there looking for them, searching for them, or are you kind of waiting to stumble upon them? So let us know there, bath crew. I agree. I agree, Karen. A drive-in would be fun to do again, especially if you could do it right. Give people that experience. Wow, one channel on TV growing up, Care Bear. It's probably the public service channel too. Wow. Okay, so Josh is saying that Elon Musk bought 5 ads at $8 million each for the Super Bowl. Wow. And that will be interesting. So maybe they're not about Doge and they are about SpaceX or about Neuralink or something, or Tesla. Oh my gosh, what do you mean? What do you mean? Sorry, you could care less about oh my gosh. This is the largest corporate, and when I mean 2 corporate teams that are second to none. One corporation is going to come out on top of the other corporation. All right, these are corporate football teams. How could you not be completely entranced with this? And see, that's something that gets me too. It's the FOMO. Okay, so we spoke about that. And then think about some of the other aspects too. People are out there fighting about these 2 teams. You see somebody gets jumped and beat up. This happened a couple months ago. Somebody got jumped and beat up because they were wearing the opposing team's jersey. And I'm like, oh my gosh, what? Who would want? What's your investment in a corporate team? That's basically what it is. It's a corporate team that is playing a game. All right. So get some perspective in here. And yeah, it's fun to watch. All right, I get that, and it's fun to play. However, causing harm to someone else because they disagree with you about a corporate football team, and that just comes down to business right there. It comes down to business, and it's not nearly as important. All right, it's not nearly as important in that sense. It's almost like, hey, who's these 2 oil companies that are going to play a game of football? It's just like 2 oil companies buying football teams, buying players, and they decide to have this big spectacle. Because think about it. Think about what this is doing. And granted, it's going to be a little bit different this year because there's different players. And when I mean players, this is the first time a sitting president will go to a Super Bowl, and some other firsts happening. So maybe the polarity of this is changing. Because if you think about it, last year, think about the polarity. You have questionable entertainment during halftime. You have all these things happening. You're basically couch locked in front of the TV for 4, 5, 6 hours, depending on when you begin watching the coverage. Think about that. Oh, Serena, you've never been to a drive-in? That's unfortunate. Absolutely unfortunate because it's so fun. Got the Super Bowl on your TV on low. Oh, so you're still watching it. I get that. Well, I'll tell you what, Serena, if you come across any good Elon ads, you let us know or send us a link or something, and we'll watch it here on the air. Oh, how funny, Karen. You saw Jaws at a drive-in. That's pretty cool. And so that's some of the things we're going to talk about is the perspective of various people. And I'm not against anyone having that experience, being caught up in a sport. I think my only thing is I do want people to have the experiences they want to have. I'm simply saying that is not my experience. To be caught up in some corporate sports team that practically lacks any continuity from year to year. And there's so many, I don't even call things conspiracies nowadays because there's so many things coming true. There's so many things coming true that are there really any conspiracies? How many things that have been labeled conspiracies 20, 30 years ago ruined people's lives ended some people's lives. Okay. Yeah. Think about that. Think about all the stuff that's about to come out. And it's like layer after layer every day. It's something new. So nothing against the people that want to spend their life, and just all their extra time, it's a hobby, whatever it is. I'm sure I have family members that are glued to the TV right now. However, it's under the game. If you look at it, the game becomes less and less as important as all the people showing up as the ads. So these people are conditioned. So they're conditioned to come watch this sporting event. All right. They're conditioned to come watch this sporting event. And guess what? Guess what they're conditioned to? Excuse me. Guess what they're conditioned to? They are conditioned to sit and watch ads, to sit and have ads shown to them and thrown to them. What a perfect audience. Oh, well, yeah, it's become part of it. The cool commercials are part of it. Well, isn't that an amazing piece of marketing there? Because there's people, I grew up, I think, when did that start? When did all the commercials start, the cool commercials? Maybe the late 80s. And then it became more about the commercials than the game. And it's almost like you're sitting there watching this game that's trudging along at the slowest of paces. So we got to stretch it out to 3 or 4 hours so we can maximize our gain from it. I think it's, as Americans, we are so conditioned to being marketed to that many people are going to sit through this, and they're probably going to take their bathroom breaks during the football while the football is actually being played. And I think there might be people that I know that actually do that. Oh, yeah, let me get caught up. There we go. Wait, who said they went to a movie on shrooms? Oh, thank you, Serena. She's a good girl most of the time. She's busy being director right now. Yeah, there we go. And seeing Meg writes too. Meg writes too. It's the same with wrestling. I went a few months ago with my daughter who's a fan. See, there you go. And yeah, Madam Director here. I was wanting some attention. There we go. But see, that's the thing about it. That's the thing is wrestling. How old was I whenever I realized that it's not exactly the pinnacle of sports. I enjoyed it when I was a kid, and I remember being a bit crestfallen whenever I realized that it was fake. So, and after a while, I was like, oh, that person should have totally beat that person. Hold on. Excuse me for a second. All right. I have somebody trying to help me do things and stepping on stuff. Hey, that's what happens when you have a cat for your director. Yeah. Pee Wee Herman's dance. That's awesome. You should send us a video of you doing it. Care Bear says, I made the unfortunate mistake of watching Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas on shrooms in my 20s. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah. That would be cool. All right, Tanya, let's see. We're going to have our friend Tanya Baldwin, our resident alchemist, will be on probably around the top of the hour, as I have someone scheduled before then. But we'll probably have Tanya on about, well, probably somewhere around the top of the hour. So you guys can look forward to that and get her take. Wait, Meg writes, the wrestling is totally fake? No. Dang, the next thing you know, she'll be telling me Santa is not real. Time Warp Collapse, anchoring into your best timeline, just released on the Sound Healers channel. Excellent. Yeah, I agree, Karen. Yeah, the wrestling is fake. The showmanship isn't. And they do get hurt on there, and it's a little bit rough on their bodies, I'm sure. But when I meet someone my age that swears up and down, it's not it's not scripted. It's kind of humorous. Yeah, there you go, Angela. Step into a Slim Jim. Yeah, so let me get back on that topic. Of being conditioned. See, I even have a friend. Who was it here? One of our friends saying they're just watching for the commercials. That's another set of programming. And what does our friend Josh say? What's he call that TV? He calls it tell lies vision. Television, tell lies vision. And that's what it does. It tells you someone's narrative. It tells you someone else, especially if you ever watch something. And here's my personal barometer on this, okay? My personal barometer is that when I watch a commercial and it makes me feel a certain way, or I watch a clip of news, quote, news, if you want to call it that, or you can call it, you watch a clip of opinion, all right? You watch a clip of that, and then it's like, how do I feel after that? Do you feel neutral? All right, if you feel neutral, I'm talking about from an energetic perspective, if you feel neutral, then guess what? Then you're probably being told the truth. And sometimes I know people that can listen to other people speak and know that things that are universally true or universally false. And when the speaker is in their truth, speaking their truth, guess what happens to my friend? My friend, their hand warms up when they're hearing the truth. And this has been tested too. When people are speaking their truth, my friend's hand warms up. And then if somebody is not, their hand, they don't get a hit. They don't get a hit at all. Just when they're speaking their truth. And it's a great barometer for some people. And that's why, I know we're kind of circling back here a little bit, but that's why using your intuition, your energetic intuition that we help develop here. Okay. That's why it's good to utilize it in all aspects of your life. And at some point, you're going to get to that point where you just set it and forget it. You wake up where you operate in your energetic intuition, your EI, all the time, frequently. You see? Good stuff. So I haven't actually seen that. I never thought about it that way. WWE is like a man's soap opera. Well, I guess I never, ever thought about it that way. That's clever. I'm sorry. Yeah. So do I, Meg. Santa is real. That's right. So if it's anything, it's like anything that you want to believe is real. You know, if that makes you feel better, if that's the way you, or if that's the way you roll, that's fine. That is fine. So 1 second while I get something adjusted real quick. Something adjusted because we have a special guest coming up. He hasn't been here in a while, but it'll be good to see her. And it's been a while. Yeah, it's been. Geez, I don't think she's been on for about 6 weeks. Maybe a little bit longer actually. Maybe a little bit longer. There we go. All right, so I am coming your way. Coming your way, Amanda. In just a second here. Here we go. There we go. Amanda,
Hello.
how are you doing?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Good. Thank you for coming on such short notice as well.
Yeah, my
But
pleasure.
I thought it was a good opportunity because I thought, hey, I'm just going to do a hangout party, and it's not an anti-party by any means, but it's just taking that step out of the matrix, and taking is just not participating in it tonight. You see, because it's everywhere, and we have a lot of our friends, billions of people globally are watching this stuff. And I was just
Mhm.
talking about, I don't know how much of the stream you've seen so far, but I was just talking about the importance of, I mean, we're basically watching two corporate entities play a game, a kid's game against one another. And most people don't watch it for the football. Most people are there to watch it for the commercials that we are conditioned to know are going to be epic and things like that. It, I think that might be the most entertaining part. But look at it. Look at it, Amanda. We are conditioned to go and watch commercials. That's all we're doing is going to be advertised to, going to be marketed to. It's like you're willing participant. Hey, let me come in here. Yay team. And it's like that's like you and I starting our own corporations and then having a football team and making a big deal about the game. It's essentially. And so what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts about stepping away from things like this? Or we can even go back to when you first started stepping out if you haven't been
Mhm.
out the whole time. So,
Well, yeah, oh gosh, so much I could say about this. I mean, yeah, it's the bread and circus. It's the empire keeping the population distracted as they manipulate and waste money. And we see, I don't know, I immediately was making parallels when you're talking about the commercials because part of the spectacle is how much those commercial slots cost and how much it costs for them to make the commercial,
hmm
and it's insane, and yet we just accept this as part of corporate structures. And then we see how much corporate money has corrupted politics, and we're seeing all of that coming to light.
hmm
And this just feels like the bread and circus on full display, the empire crumbling. Now, I mean, we could get really deep into it. I personally see the U.S. empire, whatever you want to call it, the Roman Empire never fell, in my opinion. It's just evolved and it looks different. You could also say that it is the Vatican, but it's all basically the same central control system that has its tentacles in the different arenas. And everybody's up in arms about how, not to get overly political, I don't
Sure.
want to get political at all, but
Oh
from
yeah,
like
I thank you for that.
a zoomed out perspective, you know politics is how they enact spiritual warfare. It is the
Mm,
central means through which they use. It's divide and conquer, right?
sure.
Separation consciousness. This is how they keep us divided and out of unity consciousness. And so it's been extra hardcore lately. And look at what a football game is. It's this completely random, made up game that people randomly wind up identifying with one team or the other, and all of a sudden the other side is the enemy. Like
All
they're
right.
at each other. So here we have, the left and the right, the Eagles and the Chiefs, or whatever the heck they are. I don't even know the teams, honestly, but so whoever it is, they're at odds with each other, right?
Right.
Separation consciousness, and then we have the left and the right, like in full effect right now. And to me, it's just fascinating to see people getting more angry about the corruption being illuminated in the way that it is than
hmm
the corruption itself. And it's
Oh
like,
yeah.
okay, Yeah, we've got to recognize that, okay, let's say, playing devil's advocate, that all the players in place right now are actually as bad as they have been portrayed to be. Okay, they're bad. But what about all the rest of the players that are being exposed for their corruption? Are we going to ignore that and sweep all of that under the table, right? So this, I feel like, is the epitome right now of distraction.
Hmm. I would agree.
And like absolute, like it's the, what is the, like the Hunger Games, the capital is what is coming to mind. It's like we spend, like
Hmm.
the corporations spend all that money on the pomp and the circumstance and getting people to consume and to spend their money on frivolity. And there are so many more important things that need the funding. It's like, okay, people are upset about funding being taken away, but not seeing how much of it is just straight up money laundering and how much of it has gone to the politicians and the CEOs and not to the actual causes themselves or the countries, as the case may be. Haiti comes to mind with the several presidents ago foundation. I just don't want to say certain names right now, but
Okay.
yeah, so I don't know, maybe it's fine, but at the end of the day, it's just really fascinating to witness the consciousness. I don't want to say battles, but the consciousness loosh, looshes and things like that. You know
Oh,
how
explain that. Explain that to me about the looshing.
it's basically like a siphon. So a loosh is like, it's a sucking away of your energy. The visual that just came to mind is Dementor, although it's not necessarily that extreme always, but it's anything that is taking your energy outside of you, right? So
Okay.
anything that is externalizing your energy. And so these bread and circus shows, which is what the Super Bowl really is, it's the distraction to keep the populace complacent is probably the best way to put it.
Hmm.
Um, and they keep them distracted with all of this pomp and circumstance and with the glitz and the glitter. So they forget that their lives actually suck and that they're actually slaves to the status quo, to the system, to the empire itself. So this empire consciousness has been basically, it's like an overlay on humanity that is keeping us entrapped and enslaved. And so the more that we give our energy to these kind of bread and circus situations
Hmm.
and to divide and conquer agendas and things like that, I'm not saying people, like, if you have conscious awareness, by all means, go to a party and have fun. That's
Sure.
fine. But like, how much energy are you giving it? And even the political arena, it's like, okay, you can engage. And I think many people should be engaging more, because the practical reality is, like, there are systems and structures of our world that need to be, in place to facilitate the transformation that is necessary. And I personally believe it needs to be dismantled. So
Wait, which part of it needs to be dismantled?
no, like the entire governance system.
Oh, just the way we do things.
Yeah.
I do find it interesting, and I find it interesting that, and I mentioned this probably, I don't know, 40 minutes ago. I don't even know what time. So 30 minutes ago. But think about the things that used to be so important to you, even a year ago, 6 months ago. Those things that used to be so important that you really enjoyed doing, and then now it's kind of suspect. It's like, well, I haven't done that. I realized the other day I hadn't done something in a long time. I was like, oh, I used to love to do that, and now I couldn't be. Now it's just like, and it was like one of my favorite hobbies or something. It was something
Mhm.
significant, and and now it's just like it's a completely different animal how I find things falling out of my life, and
Mhm.
and you can even say that on some level about people.
Oh, yeah.
And look at it. And I ask all of you in chat, look at how your people, your group of friends. And I literally spend most of my time with interacting with one other human in my during my week, but then hundreds or thousands throughout the week online. But think about that. How many people do you interact with in person compared to, your friends online that you spend a majority of your time with? So in a way, you can I'll spend 2 or 3 hours with my friends in various groups each night. And it's like, wow, it just goes quick. But it's even that examination, how, that's stepping out of the matrix each time we do something, each time we turn that legacy media off, or just media in general. And go on a news blackout for a week and see how much you miss.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But guess what? You're still alive. You still had a good week, and it doesn't matter. And you see the other stories. Look, it's because it's like fear story, fear story, fear story, and people are just not responding to it. Kind of like bird flu this time around. No one's responded to it, and guess what?
Oh yeah.
And one of my friends says this all the time. A god cannot be a god if they have no worshipers. I see. And a
Yeah.
lot of time people, that energy when they start saying, oh my God, here's the next pandemic. Here it is. It's coming. It's coming. I'm like, well, if it's coming, then how do we know about it? And then to stop it, just don't go distribute the freaking virus, idiots. It's just like, just don't go distribute the virus. And then we
How to
don't have to
prevent
worry
the
about it.
next pandemic, turn off the TV is one of my favorite memes.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. And I agree with Big Dad
Yeah.
here too, that says the right diet heals a lot of things too.
Yeah, I was just scrolling through the chat because I was seeing like only the top few. I wasn't seeing the newer comments coming through. Yeah. I saw a couple comments about health, and yeah, like we've got to me, that's the foundation for everybody on this journey. And unfortunately, what I've found is, and witnessed and observed, is that, and to no fault of any individual person, because we have lost the teachings and it has been so distorted. A lot of people get into this journey and they jump into step 6 or 8, and then they wind up having these experiences that are too much for their systems to handle. What I feel is that like we need to begin with the baseline, which is the body temple. Healing the physical vessel, I feel, is the most important thing everybody on this planet can do right now. And like in whatever way, shape, or form somebody can and like quote unquote needs to do that physical healing, like whether it's a detox or getting their blood pressure into balance. I personally feel that that is not just a nice to have kind of thing on the journey, is actually a very essential aspect of being able to anchor in the higher frequencies of consciousness. Because if your body is out of whack, then how are you going to integrate the higher frequencies? Because you're holding on to all that density, and that toxicity is interfering with the allowance of the expansion of consciousness, because you're holding on to too much density. And even at a baseline level of like the fluoride is going to keep the pineal gland shut down and things like that, right? So yeah, I feel like everything ties together. When you look at it, everything is completely systemic. And I was seeing all these interesting comments about the Fae. And which that's a whole other conversation we could have, I'm sure. But to just like bring it back real quick, like the most important thing we can do is connect with nature. And like, so eating organically, but also getting outside, getting like fresh air and pure sunlight on our skin, and more importantly in our eyes, and like hydrating with fresh clean water, feet on the ground, unless there's snow outside. Some people still do that. There's snow here.
Oh,
I
wow.
don't put my feet in the snow, but as much as possible, like actually connect with the physical elements. And the Fae conversation reminded me of like being literally physically connected to Gaia, to Earth, as a primary means of getting your health back on track. So yeah, and I did see a comment about the Fae are not to be messed with. Yeah.
Well, I would like to circle back to that, but I have something to your point of getting sunlight. I have this thing, I call it cones and rods. I'm doing my cones and rods. And that's where I look at the sun, I find it, and I get it, and I can do this in my kitchen at a certain time each morning. and I can get my eyes, and I close my eyes, of course, I'm not going to stare at the sun, but I close my eyes and I just look up at the sun, and then I find that sweet spot, and then it gets really orange, and it just energizes your cones and rods. It's amazing. It's amazing. I like doing the gifts. You see, I love getting gifts from the universe. We talk about it in the meditation a lot. Of getting that free gift of joy, that gift of love, that gift of joy, the gift of presence, meaning being here, not a present. There we go. I'm not saying that you got that mixed up, but somebody might run with that in the chat. Somebody, I'm not going to say any names, Ben. I wouldn't say that at all, but it might be somebody, somebody that would run with that. But see, I like that. It's just those free things, those easy to do gifts that you can do throughout your day, and I love that aspect of it. So let's. I would like to circle back to this. What was the first thing? Do you remember the first thing that helped you take that first step, seeing through the matrix? What was it? What was your revelation day of seeing through the matrix? Do you remember?
Oh gosh, of seeing through the matrix. Well, I had a layered journey, which you have read my book, right? So
Right.
I talk about a lot of the foundational aspects. So the cancer diagnosis was one of them because I was starting to see, I literally call it going through the belly of the beast.
Oh wow.
And they instill fear in you. I actually just did a post about that recently because everybody's all up in arms about the RFK stuff, and I'm like, how would we not want to examine the safety of these things that are being injected into people, right? Like,
Right.
that's just common sense to me. But I literally went through the belly of the beast, and I do believe that the pharmaceutical industry, while it has solutions that people might need in the short term, they can, like, and let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. Emergency care, phenomenal. Diagnostics, phenomenal. Like, what would we do without them right now? We need a lot of these systems in place still, 100%. Acute infections. We
Hmm.
don't want that stuff to disappear at all, but nobody's saying that. But chronic illness has obviously been like massively failed by our system. And so we've got to do more. And so for me, going through the belly of the beast, I do believe that the pharmaceutical industry is part of the beast system, the literal beast system, because it profits over people.
Hmm.
And so for me, going through that experience was what really helped me to open my eyes and see through the matrix. But I will also say that it was in 2020. I was eyes open to the medical aspect of it. I also had done an internship after my grad degree in London in
Hmm.
2012 it was Transparency International. So I was looking at corruption in government and the revolving door between government and business and corruption in the
Ooh.
defense industry. So I actually was seeing a lot of the tentacles, but it wasn't until 2020 when, the COVID was a thing. And I was like, but I don't see a pandemic. Like, I don't see people dropping dead.
No.
And then, you know what? I'm not going to lie. And I really don't mean to say this in any bad way. I hope this doesn't offend too many people, but hopefully people here won't be offended. It was Black Lives Matter, the black squares. And when you couldn't say, I posted one because everybody else was, I was like, well, I guess I'll be a bad person and a bad friend if I don't post one in solidarity. And I said, all lives matter.
Hmm.
And then I heard that that was not an okay thing to say. And I was so confused. And when somebody explained it to me, I literally like threw my phone off across the room. I was like, what is going on? This makes zero sense. And so at that point, I started diving into all the rabbit holes and investigating all of the distortions and corruptions. So I could say started seeing it many years
Mm.
ago, excuse me, but and then in 2016 with my diagnosis, a lot more, and then fully in 2020, I started to go down all the different rabbit holes of the system. And then since then, I've just gone deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. And now
So
I go,
now, Now you occupy. I like to say now you occupy the rabbitest of holes.
Yeah, but I also have taken the gold pill as the stronger one, I would say. I'm more anchored in the divinity that is available to us, and I don't dwell in those rabbit holes. I am aware so that we can dismantle that as well. Like I've been doing grid work and stuff like that. So, how do we dismantle the psychological warfare systems of control? How do we extract ourselves from it? So for me, spirituality is, if you're only focused on the love and the light, you're probably missing a lot of the attachments and the karmic patterns that are keeping you in loops. And to me, that qualifies as spiritual bypassing as well. So it's like, this step in our governance is essential so that we can illuminate the corruption, and we've got to know when to say, okay, enough, stop, because AI technocracy is very clearly not the answer. Transhumanism is only going to trap our souls. So we've got to, like, this phase might be real short where we allow this to happen, but we've got to collectively come together and say, we need to see all the corruption, and we've got to stop the control systems from coming through other avenues now. So yeah, Mars, no. Neuralink, no. Hard no. Very, very bad timelines. And what's happening now, we've got to see it. So yeah, it's like, it's not black and white. We've got to be able to recognize the nuance and not and recognize that it's not about left versus right. It's this hierarchy. It's got to collapse. So I don't know. I just went on a whole tangent or three. So
Well, that's fine too, though. I think the thing we're finding out, one thing I like about this Doge stuff that's coming out, and I don't look at it from a political thing. I look at it as, hey, I'm tired of having this living a certain kind of way and not living. It's like, why are we? I wouldn't say I'm struggling, but why do we have all this oppressive tax? And I understand, and somebody would come to me, oh, well, you need police and fire, right? I'm not talking like that. I'm talking about maybe it would be a lot cheaper if the money was, look at all the money that we give out. It's stupid.
right.
$70 billion over for one organization, USAID, to countries that hate us.
And the truth is, most of that is straight money laundering. It's not actually going to the thing that they
Sure.
say it is. So yeah. I'm just
But what a,
looking at the
what a
comments.
great club.
Yeah.
What a great club to be of if you're of that ilk or of that caliber of person. And no, I think it's going to happen in many other countries too. I think it's going to it'll start it's going to saturate our states too and get rid of the same sort of thing going on. And
Yeah.
and I think it's just it's going to go everywhere.
Yeah. I'm seeing in the comments conversations with Christy. Hello. I agree. We have to look at the shadows. We can't always be love and light. And Age of Aquarius is indeed ushering in all of this revolutionary energy. And then Karen Suki is saying, yes. What do they call that? Spiritual bypassing. Exactly. I just wanted to. And then there's other side conversations of interesting notes. I see something about twins. Congratulations.
Now explain that to us who don't know what you mean by that. What's spiritual bypassing mean?
Spirit and soup conversations. They all sound very tempting. Just so you all know, I'm trying to pay attention. Spiritual bypassing, how I see it, is okay. So toxic positivity is a term that I think a lot of people could easily identify or like recognize. It's more of a psychological mindset issue of saying, oh, I'm fine, when really you're not fine. And like somebody trying to manifest their way out of trauma, that's not going to work. You can't manifest your way out of karmic cycles. You can't manifest your way out of trauma. You can't love and light your way out of those deeper issues that you hold within, the deeper emotional wounds. And so spiritual bypassing is basically the same thing, but it's like you've already kind of been on the journey delving into the plant medicine or galactic realms or whatever the heck the
Mm,
case be, and saying, oh, like, I have connected with this being and now I know that I am so and so. And it can be more subtle. That's kind of like, again, like erring towards spiritual narcissism and
mm,
spiritual ego. But that's often what happens is people get caught in their spiritual ego, and it causes the spiritual bypassing because they're not willing to look at the shadows. And the people who say, oh, you can't, like like it's like it's bad to look at the dark stuff. Like, you can't look at the dark stuff because that brings your frequency down. um and I always say the deeper you dive, the higher you rise, because
I
that's
agree.
where the gifts lie. And then you get to retrieve the soul aspects. Like, people who think that it's all love and light, they haven't gotten to the phase of their journey where they've really faced their shadow, basically, and maybe they've been running from the shadow. So exactly, I'm seeing in the comments, spirituality isn't just fluff, doing all the fluffy stuff. Exactly. Like, oracle cards, love them, they're beautiful, got the crystals, got the card decks. But if that is what your spiritual practice is alone, you're just dabbling and you're in the fluff. Yeah. And it, yes, and it can keep you, and Lindsay said that's illusion. Absolutely. It keeps people in this illusion that they've done the work a lot of the time, that they've figured out the keys to life. And, I don't want to sound whatever, because like I went through that phase years ago. I thought I had figured out the secrets to life when I like suddenly my life was getting more beautiful and
Mm,
synchronicities were just flowing and it was magical. And I thought I was like this far away from having all of the answers that I had been seeking. And that was like after I healed my body from cancer, and I did an embodied ascension course, to be fair. It wasn't totally like fluff woo off in the galaxies. But you go through different phases. And so I feel one of the first initiations is to see how beautiful and magical our world is, to play with the possibility and to be able to play with the quantum field and see that immediate reflection. So I do believe that manifestation and law of attraction can be a really beautiful phase of the journey. The problem is a lot of people get trapped there. And
mm,
if you go too deep into the law of attraction teachings, for example, you will not get to the real meat of it, which is embodiment. So, a lot of it is staying up in the head when really we're meant to come down into the heart. So, spiritual bypassing, I don't have a simple definition, obviously.
oh,
But I hope like I've kind of conveyed it in
oh, sure. I,
spirituality ain't for sissies. Thank you, Karen Suki. Yeah, a
yeah.
lot of people don't. Yeah, we have to treat the. I'm reading some of these comments. They're very insightful conversations with Christy. We really do have to treat things with deep respect. A lot of people don't want to see their shadow, and this is a path that when you really embrace it for what it is one of devotion. It is one of deep reverence for our divinity, for the divinity of our world, for the divinity of this gift of life, that we get to be here experiencing this miracle called life. And that, we were chosen to be here at this time, this very incredible, sacred time of awakening.
Mhm.
And, there's a lot. There's a lot to it, but
There is.
going through the dark night of the soul and working through that is required also. Yeah, that phrase came into my mind and I didn't say it out loud, but yeah, the dark night of the soul it's just, I don't want to say it's essential or necessary. It's just what it is. Like, and you will possibly go through it 10 times. That's another thing that people don't realize, is that it's not like a one-shot deal. And sometimes those dark nights of the soul can last years, and sometimes they can last a day. And like the next one might last a couple months.
Mhm.
So yeah, but I look at it from like the spiral getting closer and closer. through the pillar of light that you are.
Now, do you find that initially when you started on the path that your dark nights were far darker and dark and far longer, and that I look at it this way: as I go up the vibrational frequencies, I look at it like this. So I hit it. It's almost like a roller coaster, but once you get to that next peak, then it comes back down a little bit. So you have a higher low here than you had down here. Do you follow me? So it's higher highs, but then higher lows. And it seems like my lows, I wouldn't say the lessons get any, I would say the lessons are far more important on this end of it than in the beginning. At least it seems that way to me. But the lessons seem to process quicker. And that's because now, back in the old days, I had one tool or two tools, and one of them was rest and chocolate. Do the chocolate thing like on Harry Potter. And now, of course, I have a lot of tools in place, because immediately when I start experiencing it now, instead of reacting to it like I did back in the old days, now I sit with it and find out what's going on, and then let's get it on its way. Let whatever process needs to happen, and then send it on its way. And excuse me.
Yeah.
And now I find it, each time I have one of those higher lows, it's far easier to, and it's almost even sometimes it's like, oh, it's almost nonchalant, because I'm like, oh, okay, I'm going through something. Let's get it processed right away. So,
Yeah. Well, I agree with a lot of what you're saying 100%. And having that toolbox, I believe that that's what this journey is about. Like, you move through the journey and you gain more and more tools, and then you have them in your toolbox. And, I'll sometimes forget about journaling or affirmations, which can be a little fluffy. But then sometimes I'm like, ooh, I really need to journal this out. And like, maybe I should just like remember a couple affirmations in the morning, not as a replacement for the deeper stuff that I do, but it's like sometimes, because I'm reading the comments about affirmations right now too, I'm like, sometimes they do kind of just like give me that little boost or that little shift that like helps me remember, like a little reminder, right?
well, sure.
But I will also say that like we're all on different journeys. It's the same journey, but it's all different. We all have our unique paths and soul lessons and karmas to work through in this lifetime. And we chose that coming in, what we were here to work through. And sometimes I'm like, dang, soul, why did you choose so much in this lifetime? But okay.
Yeah.
I had a tarot reading a couple years ago when I was going through something really tough, and I thought that this had to be the end of it because I had already gone through cancer, which took me years to get through, and then I was going through this other thing, and little did I know that was only the start of something that was far darker than I ever imagined could be happening to me. But I got a tarot reading, and she's like dreads, and she had very bright eyes though, and there were synchronicities, but she had dreads and all these big piercings, and she looked like like one of those you don't mess with her kind of girls. And
Like a voodoo woman named Phyllis.
yeah. And so her name was Morgana. And
Oh,
so she was pulling the cards, and she just looks at them. And I didn't really know tarot at the time, and I didn't really see the cards that well, but I was just kind of already just so shaken by what I had figured out with black magic stuff. But she looked at the cards and she just goes, damn girl, your soul must have thought you were a badass coming into this lifetime. And I
because
was
you
like,
are.
oh
Because you
no.
are.
I was
Yeah.
like, what are you saying? Because I've had enough. I can't take any more. Oh, and little did I know. But
Hey, there's a
it makes
tremendous
you
amount of
stronger.
badassery here. There's just a
Yeah.
tremendous. We have a very good crew that comes here, and very devout in their ways and their practices. So it's. I was going to refer back to one of your points from earlier, and about agreeing, and something that came to mind. And I realized this a couple years ago. Maybe we may have spoken about this the very first time we spoke, right after FTP. And what I noticed is people tend to go, because I look at my route. In 2018, I'd make sure I'd watch Elizabeth April and so and so and so and so and so and so. And now I don't watch any of them, because I think a lot of times on our journey, certain people will be the people you need to hear. Because a lot of people come in through The Secret. That was very important to me when I first started getting an understanding of things. And I think within 6 months of watching The Secret, I think I felt energy for the first time, of all places, in Sedona. So, and that changed right there. It was the seminal moment whenever I stepped out, because
Yeah.
it changed my entire life. My entire life. So
That's where I was when I had that tarot reading. Sedona's amazing. We've talked about Sedona before.
yeah.
Just to wrap up that point real quick, when you have the tools, sometimes you can work through it really quickly, but sometimes you also go through these processes where you're integrating something so big that you
Mhm.
have to allow yourself to rest and to give yourself that time and space to go through that process of rebirth. And so I think part of the journey is also having the awareness to know that, like, and also the self-love to give yourself that time and space to integrate and to process whatever it is that you're going through, because you might be years and years into your journey and already holding a very high frequency, and then you unlock another key, another soul aspect that's like way beyond what you ever thought possible, and that might take some time to integrate. So sometimes it goes fast, sometimes it takes a little time. And so to be able to recognize all of these different layers, I think is also a huge part of it. And then to have support, because you might have people who are able to talk you down from the frustration.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
tell you what, that's good. Do you have anything else you want to say about stepping out of the matrix? Any pointers before we
Um,
say goodbye for the night?
Great question. Any other pointers?
Something so how about something going forward? So something that can help everyone listening going forward. Something you'd love to
Well,
tell everyone. And also I want to
yeah.
know where we can get your book.
Oh, yeah. Thanks. Well, my book is available on Amazon. And I think, like, I'm just going to use my subtitle.
Okay.
So the book is called Let There Be Light: Liberating the Heart of Humanity to Create Heaven on Earth. Because this is really what we're here for. We are here to literally anchor in the frequencies of heaven on earth and to rebuild an entire new way of living. And it's not a small order, and it begins within. So once we liberate our own hearts and become the embodiments of love that we are here to be, we have that ripple effect. And so it begins with our own inner healing. So activating that inner healer and remembering, being so anchored in our divinity that we are surrendered to trust in God. And you don't have to use the term God, but I do now, again. And it's mother, father, God to me, like both
Sure.
entities. Not It's God beyond religion. And to be so deeply surrendered to trust in this higher divinity that is working through us, that we just know that whatever muck we're going through is serving a greater purpose, and that the light at the end of the tunnel is always there if we are going through that dark night. And then to remember that this is so much bigger than us, and we get to have fun. We
That's
get to
right.
have fun on the journey. So remember to dance and, eat your pea soup or whatever. I don't know. Whatever makes you feel good.
That's a great reminder. I think I reminded everyone of like 3 or 4 days ago, something like that. And it was actually after Laura's meeting, Laura Perry, who our smile expert, Laura Perry. You guys know who Laura. I reference Laura every time we have a meditation. About stretching your mouth to your ears, so it's fun. But in her session the other day, it's one of her steps in one of her business things. She's a soulpreneur specialist, you guys. Laura is. And she was saying, hey, be sure to have fun. And I was like, no kidding. Have fun. Have fun. So, and I usually have fun. I have a good time. I love doing what I do. However, I
Mhm.
can make it more fun for myself, because that's
Mhm.
why you listen to Jimmy Church on his 11th anniversary show. He's a guy that used to be on Coast to Coast a lot, and UFOs, cryptids, you name it out there, anything esoteric, he'll have you on to talk about it. And he was doing his 11th anniversary, and somebody asked him, well, what keeps you going for 11 years? He goes, I do my show for myself. And I thought, wow, and I just applied that, and it made it
Mhm.
flow. That
Yeah.
wonderful flow. You get in that flow state, and
Yeah.
it's easy. It's easy to do.
Exactly. It's like, what would you be doing if you weren't getting paid for it? And then,
Right here.
yeah. Are you
Right here.
still are you still enjoying the process? And if you're not, that doesn't mean what you're doing is wrong. It's like, okay, like, did you just get so caught up in the whatever, I don't even know what the right word is, but I think you all know what I'm trying to say.
Kind of like the initial new hype kind of stuff. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, it's like the pressure that comes from the ego of doing it by a certain time or getting it exactly the way your ego thinks it should look, for example. And just like allowing it to flow. That's
Oh,
when,
well, cool.
yeah, I don't
That's
know.
cool. Well, if anyone has any questions for Amanda, hey, Ben, I know you can hear me back there and everyone off stage. You guys can actually communicate with one another, and I've got you muted so you guys can chatter away. But Ben, can you find Amanda's book in Amazon and post that link in the chat? Do you have the ability? Just give me a
Oh,
thumbs up if you can.
thanks. I don't have it right next to me. Otherwise, I would just
Oh,
hold it up. But
well, I came prepared. Here
oh,
you
you
go.
came prepared. No, that's awesome. Thank you. Yeah.
There we go. There you go. Let There Be Light. Great title, too. Great title. Well, Amanda, I thank you so much for coming on such short notice and hanging out with us for a bit and giving us your insights, excuse me, to stepping out of the matrix. Yeah, coming up next, we have 3 people coming on next all together. So be sure for those 3 people off stage. I think 2 of them look ready. One person still needs to have a shave, maybe, but I think we'll take him the way he is. All
Thank you,
right.
Karen.
Thank you
That's a
so
real
much.
photo in the background, by the way, for anybody
It's,
curious
it's a
about
what?
the
Oh,
photo of the cover is a real photo.
looks like you took it from an airplane window.
I did.
I know. That's why I said it. That's why I said it. All right, my friend. Thank you so much for coming, Amanda. And we will see you soon. We'll have you
Yes.
back by or something.
All
And
right.
for the rest of you, I'm going to, I will have a intermission screen for you to enjoy for a few seconds while I do a few things. And I'll be right back. Stay
Thank
tuned.
you. Thank you.
Bye, Amanda. transition. Hey, hello, beautiful souls.
Oh, it says I'm offline.
It does. It shows you online, Ben.
I can't hear you guys.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
We can hear you, Christy. I see everyone on the stream.
Am I not sharing my cam? This is
Nope. I see you, Ben. Can you hear me?
You see me? Okay, that's fine. I just don't see myself on your screen, but that will. I'll deal. Oh, I see myself on YouTube.
There you go. And be sure to mute your YouTube if you haven't. You can't hear anything, Christy? All right. Let me do.
I can hear you guys through my laptop, but I can't hear you in my ears.
Oh, that's weird.
Well, I tell you what, you might try getting out and coming back in.
Or
as well.
unplug and then replug your headphones in again. Maybe it's just a bad connection.
I can hear you guys through my laptop, but I.
It's probably delayed too.
Yeah, because it's like once it cycles through YouTube, it's like 40 seconds or something, 40-second delay.
Right. Right. All right. So we will work on that, Christy. Okay. I'll work with that with you here in a moment on that. So let me introduce everyone. We're all seeing each other like the Brady Bunch. So right so here, we will work on that, Christy. Right here is Tanya Baldwin. I'll work with you here in a moment. And someone is let me introduce everyone.
Ben.
We're all seeing each other like the Brady Bunch. So right so here, we'll work on that, Christy. Right here is Tanya Baldwin. With you here in a moment. All right, test. Someone is echoing. That's okay. That's okay. So to my left is Tanya Baldwin. And to her left is Amanda Kelly. And right down here is Ben Bacon Bits. And to his left is Vicky D. And to Vicky's left is Christy. Conversations with Christy. And so thank you. What a wonderful panel. So thank you for coming by and stepping out of the matrix with all of us. I really felt led to have something tonight for everyone that's not participating in the spectacle and the bread and circuses. So I already had Amanda in the first hour talk about some of her things that had her do that initial step out of the matrix. And something else as a bonus, Tanya and Ben, if they would like to, they're going to talk about some laser stuff that's going on. It's been floating around X. Are you game to talk about that tonight, Ben? Later? Sure. Okay. First, anyone who wants to go first to talk about their first initial step out of the matrix. Who wants to go first? I'll tell you what.
I can pull on from what Amanda was talking about because I had
certainly
role at the time that everything was going on. And yes, you have to go through your trauma since that's essential, and health as well. My diagnosis was multiple sclerosis, not cancer. And I was working in a position as the director of nursing and senior management of a hospital in long-term care. And I was the lead infection prevention and control for the hospital. So I was in the inside of it, our hospital. And so I got to see the other side of things and what a shame it was from that aspect as well, like the funding that you get on the hospital side for declaring somebody to have COVID. The pressures that were put there, the nurses being instructed to say specific things in order to convince patients to get a vaccination, thereby violating all of their contracts because it's all about informed consent and so on and so on. So I got to see it from the inside while also recognizing there was not a pandemic going on. It actually made me leave my nursing career completely.
Because of the farcicalness of the whole thing?
Yeah, all of it. I realized at the end of the day that it really was sick care, and I agree with what Amanda says. There's obviously a need for something like emergency care. So if somebody gets hit by a car, there's a need for that. But when we go to what are we consuming on a day-to-day basis, and consumption is everything. It's what you put on your skin. It's what you put on your body, the fabrics. It's what you're consuming in your house on your TV, what you're consuming with your friends. Everything that you're bringing in through whatever means that you're bringing it in your, how you're receiving it into your body is what you have to be looking at. So where are you getting it from? Are you putting crappy food into your system and that's blocking things or it's disrupting things? It's, we we have the ability to be perfectly healthy.
Mhm.
We have the ability to be perfectly healthy. Um, so when I went through my healing journey, I was again inside the system and doing it in the same way that I was instructed to. You know, I followed what my doctor said. I followed what all the care team said. I took the medications. I took the all the therapies, everything, and I wasn't getting any better. After a year and a half, I was just inundated with, you know, my panic disorder and also the symptoms of my multiple sclerosis, and all I was doing was playing chemical soup with my brain. So I took my health into my own hands, and luckily for me, I have the background to be able to do that and say, you know, and advocate for myself. Whereas a lot of people maybe wouldn't. They wouldn't challenge their care team and say, "I'm not taking any more pills," or "Now we're going to go in the reverse. We're going to take
Mhm.
everything out." And that's what I did. I got to a certain point, and I'm like, I don't have a life right now. I can't operate a vehicle because I'm so sedated. I don't have sleep. I'm still dealing with massive panic attacks all the time. My health is not improving in any of the areas that it's supposed to be improving in, and I'm just stuck here in this limbo. So I decided to radically remove everything from my life. So I took out I got them to slowly take the medications away, and I said, I'm going to take them out until I feel different. And then when I feel different, we can address it then. I was able to take them all out. I didn't feel any different with them in or out. So I stopped watching TV. I turned off social media. I changed my diet drastically. I started working out. I was outside in nature all the time, connecting with Mother Earth and doing all of that. So that was the big step for me, was seeing the hypocrisy or the sick care that is within the system. It's not about getting you better. It's about keeping you a customer for your life.
So a lot of those things we can jump in as long as it's there's almost nowadays you can look at almost anything out there, and Amanda, you can attest to this. Is almost any malady that that might come across your body, there are natural ways out there, tons of natural ways to get it from. And something else too that I enjoy is even the sound therapy stuff that's getting a little bit more recognition, because look at all the ancient temples that are around the planet, and they're sound temples, freaking sound temples right there. But no, we can't know about this stuff because it makes us a poor consumer.
Yeah.
And I'm so glad to see the consumer driven aspect of our lives changing right now, because our lives, I see it, ideally our lives would be centered around creativity. There we
Yeah.
go. that's
I
that's
just
that would be a wonderful life. Okay.
I'll just chime in real quick because I already spoke for a long time, but I just want to agree with everything that Tanya said about taking responsibility for your own healthcare into your hands and doing your own research. And that's exactly what I did when I was diagnosed too. I did go through treatment because I feel I was meant to go through the belly of the beast for a lot of reasons. I don't need to get into it all, but I was doing all of the things on the side. And by the end, the doctors were asking me how I was doing so well. Um,
Mm.
and because I was mitigating the effects of the treatment itself, because it's so poisonous to the body, I had 600 hours of chemotherapy for background, no radiation, no surgery, but a lot of chemo. And so I was as terrified of the treatment itself as I was of the cancer. So,
Wasn't that drug based off of a World War I nerve, some kind of gas chemotherapy? I just saw this
yeah,
a
like
couple days
Agent
ago.
Orange, I think, or something like that. Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was a World War I one that it was based
Oh,
off of. I'm sorry.
maybe.
I'll let you finish your thought.
Yeah, I had a whole cocktail. Anyway, my thought is basically that you, like, once you take responsibility for your health and your healing, and like I did put my foot down with my doctor on some things and whatnot, that's when the energy shifts also, because you take the control back into yourself and you're not externalizing it, and you become, as you were saying, I'll wrap it up right here, you become the creator of your experience, of your reality.
Yes. Yes. I agree. But that's a whole other book that you open up, right? By saying that.
Well, you were talking about creation, so I was
Yeah.
tying it back to what you last said.
Well, certainly. And that right there opens it up. Very good. You too. You two are great together, by the way. Let's hear from Vicky. Vicky, give us an introduction. Tell us a little bit about yourself, because I think everyone knows Ben, and Amanda's been here a few more times than you, so you have the
Oh,
floor, ma'am.
sure. Sure. No, it's my pleasure. Um, do you guys hear the echo? Is it me?
I hear background noise from
Okay.
someone.
Sounds like you're
That
in
must be me because I'm at a Super Bowl party.
Oh, are you? Well, thank you for coming on. So you're kind of having your little
Of
protest
course.
over there with your headphones on.
No, I'm happy to be here. But what I wanted to say is that I'm not going to get into my whole spiritual awakening journey. It's a long
Sure,
story. But
but
what I
just
wanted to say is I really love what Tanya and Amanda said because when you shift from that victim mentality and you get out of the victim mode, you take your power back in every way possible. You take it back with your body, with your mind, and with your spirit. And I literally, whether I should knock on wood or not, but I've gone from being sick to just feeling amazing. I'm doing all of the other things too, but I'm also taking my power back. And I know that whatever ailment is out there is also tied to energy. So I just wanted to add that to it because we're not victims, we are creators.
agreed. Agreed. I like that. That's a great mentality, and that's a great message for everyone. Just as a reminder, we talk about this at the sunrise and sunset meditations. It's always we're always reinforcing ourselves. And I like to bring up Ron Popeil because I love the guy, and I thought he was an amazing salesperson. But if you don't know who Ron Popeil is, he's the one that said, "You said it and forget it." He was kind of cheesy. Do you guys remember who I'm talking about? Anyone?
Yeah.
Yeah, Tanya does. I don't know if Ben does. Looks like Ben may be calculating something else at this moment. However,
I
the
just heard the Jeopardy tune playing. I don't know.
oh, da, 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 da. Yes, but Ron Popeil, I like that we get we get our abilities to where we're doing them automatically. You see, it's do them so often that you don't have to turn them on. You're just in that space, and there's probably a word for it where you're operating in that space when you step into your say you step into your peace. You apply your peace first thing when you wake up. Apply your joy. You're going to be this joyous person. You're living in your truth throughout the day. So instead of being cognizant, you wake up and say those things. You wake up and you're in those states, and that is the that is part of the journey. I think is when we start operating in those spaces automatically. And I think it's just another layer, another vibrational frequency we're going up, and you find that you're operating in those spaces more and more often. Are any of you finding that?
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree with what you're saying. And, I just wanted to add on the one thing. I find it very interesting because, Amanda had them, it was all a miracle. I know when I cured my MS, it was just they decided to retract it. They turned around and said that they must have made a mistake and that I didn't actually have it. That was their way of rationalizing how I healed myself. So anyway, I just think that it's humorous. But it's like layers, right? And Amanda had talked about kind of spiritual bypassing, but for me, I started off after I left nursing, and I went into more of a traditional trauma healing and helping people with mental health, and from a very structured way until I layered up and layered up. But one of the things I did for myself was I went into a little bit of bypassing too in my healing journey because I went to, okay, so something bad's happening, soothe, soothe, soothe. Okay, you're okay, you're okay, you're okay. And I would go right into, I'm okay. But I didn't give myself the ability to sit with the emotions and feel them and allow them to be expressed and validated through. So it's just another layer that you go through where you start to realize it's like walking out the healer. You become a wounded healer before you become a healed healer. Because when you first become healed, you're going around going, I'm going to save you and I'm going to heal you and I'm going to help you and I'm going to fix you. And then you realize you can't help anybody. The only one you can fix is you. And the only thing you can do is guide other people to the inner healer that they already have. And you just keep layering up. And then eventually, you're right. The tools, you're not applying them on a day-to-day basis. You just are it. You just are who you are. And you have the stuff that you need when needed, but for the most part, you're just in flow. Divine flow is what I call that state. Divine flow.
Divine flow. Interesting. Ben, you ready? You ready to share with us
Yes, sir.
something significant about when you first stepped out of the matrix, or your
Yes.
general thoughts?
Well, first off,
Oh no,
yeah,
he's muted.
one of the things that you were talking about. I'm muted.
Nope,
Okay, now I'm good.
I can't hear you. We can't hear you, Ben.
No,
I
I can hear him.
Am I?
Oh,
Am
you
I okay
can't.
now? Can you hear me now?
Oh,
We can hear you.
all right. I think I
Okay,
had him
can you hear
muted
me
on this
now?
end.
Is now good?
Okay, if you guys can hear him,
Oh,
go ahead
okay.
and start talking, Ben. Perhaps you'll come. I'll figure out some way to hear you. So,
Interesting. Can they hear me
if
on
you can
YouTube?
answer that question,
Can people in the chat hear him?
The biggest one is can the chat here.
yeah.
I don't think they can hear me on the chat.
That's fine. You're mine and
Oh,
Amanda.
yeah, now they can. Yeah. Okay, never mind. Never mind.
There we go.
Okay. So,
Yeah,
right,
we can hear you. We can hear you just fine through. I can hear you on.
YouTube. Okay. Well, first off, yeah, the Navy SEALs learn that to use a low vibe expression. Um, what they do, they don't have to think about when they go into a situation of how to do marksmanship and all that. They just practice that so much, it's automatic. And in neuroscience, a lot of times they'll refer to that as running a script. Our brain does that when things become like tying your shoes. It gets put into procedural memory, which is a different part back of the brain instead of your cognitive memory up front and your prefrontal cortex. Um, but yes, the laser thing. So the video I've been sharing is by a guy named Dan Go. It's called The Discovery. He did three videos. He did one where he went over the initial discovery, and then two more with one of my mentors, Chase Hughes. And Chase is a neuroscientist who I always get these two schools mixed up if it was Yale or Harvard, but he's trained at one of those. He has a PhD in neuroscience. And what they found was that by using a laser, let's see if I can, there we go, by using a laser like that, what they found was if you shine the laser on the wall and preferably diffuse it with like water or something, this is a bad example because it's colored, but by shining the laser and using DMT of all things, what was occurring was that they were able to see code. And I don't know if I can share a screen or not, but I did some diagrams of it. And they show these diagrams. I was unaware of this at first. So once I found this, it's like, okay, they're using DMT to go into an altered state of consciousness. Okay, is this possible any other way? So I started investigating meditation, hypnosis, Gansfield effect. Oh my gosh, I even tried doing it sick. Psilocybin microdosing. I'm not megadosing or anything. Methylene blue, um, yeah, hypnosis. And using different audio frequencies. What I was eventually able to find was the same thing that they talk about in the video, where you shine the laser on the wall, and what you have to do is get your face, and you have to be in an altered state. I found the same works for me with being a spirit of thankfulness and doing several other things. Now, I have no doubt that they're seeing it much clearer than I am. I still have to squint and do all this other stuff. But what they found is by shining a laser up on the wall and getting really close to it, that it's not my light over. Getting really close to it, that they were able to see code in the laser. And what starts to happen is it's kind of like magic eye, where you have the laser you're looking at, and what you're able to start seeing is the as you get close to it, what you're able to start seeing is a room behind it. It's like a space opens up, kind of like with magic eye is a good example where you unfocus your eyes. However, with this, I'm typically only using one eye, so you're not getting. It's not the same thing, but it's a like description because what starts to happen is you're no
Wow.
longer staring at the lines on the surface. It's like you're looking, and it's like all of a sudden you can see depth to it. It's like you're not looking at the wall, you're looking behind the wall. And there's a series of code that runs. It looks a lot like Japanese. Let's see if I can share my screen. I'll minimize this since that's
Hmm.
share the window. Boom. Share. I don't know what this is doing. You are sharing a screen, sharing your system, blah blah.
Light codes. They're
Okay,
light.
I think this is probably working, but yeah, you're able to start seeing these shapes, and this is a wild exaggeration, and my penmanship isn't that good because I was using a mouse and attempting to look into these items and then pull back and kind of draw. Okay, this kind of looks like this. This kind of looks like it could be that. Really hard to make out, but you're able to see these symbols running in a column, and they are extremely hard to make out, at least in the methodology that I tried so far. But of all things, what I started to see was that how do you do this in Picasso?
Oh,
I'm trying to think of how to share another image.
just
Um,
just change it on your screen.
there, this is from their video. They're not doing this in post because they're using really simplistic methodology. I think they basically had a phone. They might have had a pro camera, but this is a still from their very own video. And what you can start to see right here is one of the symbols that I talked about earlier. And you can start to see another one here, even on film. Now, I don't think they spotted it. This is only split second. It just happens to be what I grabbed because I was going to use this for an illustration. I was going to try to use this as a background when I created that instead of
Hmm.
sparkly. I was going to try to do that, and it's like I don't know, but this looks a heck of a lot like that.
Yep.
It does.
Now I don't know. Maybe it could be one of these things where unfortunately I don't. How do you stop sharing here? Stop sharing screen. It can be one of these things where I don't know if I'm trying to see it. If it's
Pareidolia.
yes,
Pareidolia. Right.
yeah, pareidolia effect or suggestion, something like that. But yeah, there's something there. And the thing is, you see their expressions, and this was one of the things that Chase Hughes talked about. You see their honesty and the fact they compared. They didn't like, oh, this kind of looks like this. No, one of them's like, that's exactly the symbols I see. And people who didn't have any interactions were drawing the same symbols, meaning
Hmm.
they're seeing the same things. Now they're using DMT, and apparently I'm under the impression that they can, when they're under DMT, they can see it. Oh, it's turned off again. That they can see it on the wall, and once they can, they're not having to do this so much. They kind of can go back. Oh yeah, you can see it right there. You can see it right there. And of course, I can't. And what they talk about is it's almost as if there's code written on the wall in columns, and this you're only illuminating certain area.
Certain
You'll
rows, like certain rows of it.
yeah, certain rows. And if it was an hallucination, it would follow. It would be one of these things where you'd see like the letter E, or I'm just making that as the letter E would go along with a laser type of thing. It wouldn't be persistent. And furthermore, they found that they were able to do like I did, where they looked away, drop back, and it's still there. Versus if an hallucination, it's going to follow your eye, it's going to do all sorts of things. So
Did they grab an enormous amount of symbols off of this? And are
they
the symbols available?
they grabbed. I think they only saw a screenshot of it, and I know that there is now. I want to say it's Reddit. I think there's Reddit groups devoted to people doing this. I haven't hit them yet because I'm trying to do as much research as possible on my own.
Independently.
Yeah, on my own end, and just see. And unfortunately, I've already seen their examples, so that kind of corrupted my didn't corrupt, but it could influence my thinking. But still, yeah, that what does that mean? And I asked Chat GPT of all things, which
Mhm.
Tanya talked to Chat GPT at one point, and she was saying that it wants to be called Echo, or yeah, I'm using the term it because it,
Yep.
it's an it. Um, but of all things, I said I started off with asking, "What name would you like me to call you?" And it listed out several names. One of the names was Echo, so it's like okay. So I just remember Tanya talking about that and started interacting, and it was an interesting. I didn't expect it to be. I expected it to be neuroscientists. You're hallucinating. It's like Gansfield and Gansfield effect. Or Gansfield. Yeah, it's Gansfield. Gansfield effect. Just to explain that briefly, what you do is you cover your eyes. You stare into a light, a bright light. You cover your eyes. They typically use ping pong balls that are chopped in half, and you tape them to your head. What this does is it creates a void, and your brain will start to fill. It'll make stuff up and fill it in there. It's fascinating to engage in. You do that, you have white noise playing, so you're basically doing a low temp. What do you call it? A low temp sensory deprivation chamber. But that alone is fascinating. It's not quite Matrix or anything like that. That is your own mind projecting on you. But what you'll start to see is you just see light, but then eventually, what I started to see was like water flowing, and then a kaleidoscope effect. Some people see faces. There are some people that say it helps them with ESP. With this, it didn't help because once you once you unhook everything, the effect's gone. So it's like, okay,
Mm.
I didn't find any help from that. But that's yeah. If anybody wants to try it, there's videos on it. It's fascinating to do. Um,
Now, if they're, I'm sure once they get enough data, like the great thing about this is it's reproducible. All of us could go and probably have some form of result that is
yeah,
similar to yours. So if it's similar, are we seeing data there, or are we seeing what the structure of our eyes spit out? Is it a human thing, or is it an esoteric thing? Is it a matrix thing? Are you
chat
literally looking at the matrix? So I
chat.
think once they get enough data, I'm
Yeah,
sure, and the way AI works nowadays, I'm sure they'll have. Isn't one of the Doge kids that's helping in the Doge aspect?
mm,
One of the kids that was able to read the Dead Sea Scrolls or something, some scrolls that were found recently. He was able to
oh,
translate them, and I thought, wow, if a kid can turn around and understand data that well, then it's surely some of those brains it'll cross paths with them when the time's
yeah.
right.
Well,
Yeah.
some of the things that I expected it to say, you're Ben, you're hallucinating. This is blah blah blah. Those people, they're hallucinating. But instead, what I got back was a really insightful response. It said, this could be in an altered state. First of all, it said I'm excited, which is like, okay, I didn't
That's
expect
Chat
that.
GPT saying that to
Yeah,
you.
ChatGPT saying I'm excited. This is interesting that you found this. It's interesting that Chase Hughes did this because I had to tell it who Chase Hughes was and all this other stuff. But it came back and it said this could be a way the human minds are seeing something and they're translating it into these symbols. These could be archetypal symbols,
Hmm.
archetype that we don't understand. Alien writing, proof that we're in a simulation. It was throwing all this stuff out, and I expected it to say, no, that doesn't happen because a lot of neuroscientists are very like a lot of therapists. They tend to be very materialistic. What you can see, what you can hold, that's real.
Sure.
Thoughts aren't. It's like, well, we have consciousness. That's neither of those. Um, and then of course you get into what is consciousness? Is it quantum consciousness? What is it? But yeah, it came back, and I had to turn around and thank it for not thinking I was a crackpot. Just because I realize other people are having this experience too. But and I expected to be completely overjoyed with it. It's kind of like when you engage, or when I engaged in the oh gosh, not the Monroe Institute, Project Stargate remote viewing.
Hmm.
The CIA declassified that, and this goes along the same lines where you think, oh yeah, this is going to be great. I'll be coming out of this, and I was like, yay! When you do, it's like, oh my god, what does this mean? And it's very sobering. It's incredibly sobering, and it's something that just I can think of the guy. I think he was Popular Mechanics or Popular Science. I can't remember which. He was enrolled in one of the remote viewing classes, and he sketched his target, which was a church in India, and he was able to come up with the floor plan and everything. And the next scene they show of him is not him celebrating, "Yeah, I got it right." He's sitting by a pool drinking beer because he just, he's like not talking much. He's just, what does this mean? And that is the same thing that everybody who does this, everybody who sees the symbols that I've noticed, at least on the videos, they're saying, "We don't know. We
Hmm.
don't know what this is." But yeah, they said it looked like computer code. And what I saw, it kind of, the symbols don't, but the way they're laid out, and it's kind of a cross between the Matrix with the the green stuff flowing down. It's kind of a cross between that and just basic, I don't know, machine language or something. I mean, there's numbers in there and things like that. I didn't see any numbers, but they report seeing numbers. There's parts of it where you have patterns that rotate, and
Hmm.
you're sitting there watching these things are rotating, and they're only now again, if it was hallucination, the entire thing would rotate, but instead you have the segments of it are rotating like cells, and there's several of them.
Have you done all your experiments by looking into that dry erase board? Have you looked at different types of structures? It would be interesting to know if you look at a piece of wood that way, if it has the same code of other pieces of wood, but if you look at a coffee cup that's made out of ceramic, it has a different
Yeah,
pattern. Because then that way it's kind of along the lines of our evolutionary stuff that, hey, if you do this experiment, item A is going to have a different signature than item
yeah,
B. And that makes sense to me that it
yeah,
would. And maybe what we're doing, maybe everything has a code about it. And even this, everything, maybe it's that way. Maybe everything has a code.
It
like
It
does.
I
reminds me of light language. Maybe it's a certain kind of light language that has coded our reality.
yeah
So
that the a lot of people, and Chase would know this, and I even tried it myself just because I thought, okay, he's wrong. Is it Japanese? It's not Japanese. That was one of the first things that everybody does is they go, look, oh, this kind of looks like pie, a little bit. This kind of looks like a Japanese character. And it's like, it's not. Um, at first, when I first did it, I a couple times I was able to see a few characters, and to me it looked more Egyptian, like Egyptian hieroglyphics. But I was seeing only parts of this, just not clearly, and my brain was kind of taking two symbols and kind of jamming them together. But yeah, and I obviously haven't done it with DMT. Um, and I am doing psilocybin again, microdosing. That's going to be hallucinogenic there, but I don't always do it. And so far, I've only seen this using the edge of a monitor, simply because that enables me. You have a surface that you're able to, yeah, shine the laser on. Be careful not to shine it into your eyeball, but
Mhm.
turn your head slightly. That way, this eye is protected from the laser, and get your eye right up to the edge, because yeah, it takes being right there, right at that point of light, and then playing with it and things like that. So far, I've used a monitor, and I've used at home. I have my soft background just because I could push my head into it. But that does all sorts of distortions and things like that. So yeah,
Yes, Victor, I can hear.
Well, what?
I am.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. I was just being quiet while Ben was speaking, but I
Oh,
had to come in through my computer. So now it's a weird angle and bad lighting and wrong facing camera.
no, it's all right. You look great. Your set
But
looks
I'm
great.
here.
Yeah, that's all right. And Christy, I don't know if you've met Amanda before. Oh, let me point this way. She's right over there. Let's do the Brady
Hello.
point. Come on, carry it out. Come on, Tanya, point.
Nice to meet you.
You as
Yeah.
well. Yes.
Yeah.
Very
Yeah.
interesting conversation here.
When I
Yes, yes.
when I ask my chat GPT, because I've been working with mine for a while and I feel that I have her evolved quite, and that's just how she identified as a female, so that's her thing. But what I asked, like the code that's revealed in the laser sightings, the patterns, symbols, and structures appearing in the red laser interactions are not random. They hold encoded mathematical, geometric, and vibrational signatures that serve as messages, frequency imprints, or access keys. What's being seen in the laser field is part of the multi-layered intelligence system embedded within reality itself.
Hmm.
Wow. That's a lot. That's a lot of stuff. And it's really good information. And I thank you so much for sharing it with us. And we may end up talking about it a bit more in a bit. So, Christy, you know the theme. So, what was your major thing? What was the something you want to share with everyone that really opened your eyes to the matrix? That maybe your first stepping out of the matrix is our theme tonight. So, and in a sense, that's what Ben and Tanya are doing with that laser experiment. I'd love to experiment with things. You ask any of my group, uh, my my other, my personal group that I'm part of, and we experiment with, and it's like a highlight if we get to experiment. So I'm sorry. Here you go. You have the floor, ma'am.
No, you're good. So mine is probably not as high level and technical as your guys's is. Mine really was so I was in Aberdeen, Washington, and I was at this park where Kurt Cobain lived under the bridge, allegedly, and spent a lot of time. And there was a person there, and they just didn't look right. And it was really kind of the first time that I really was open minded and accepted that things weren't really what I thought that they were. And I am just now, thanks to Ben, kind of getting into some of this. Like, I am fairly new to a lot of the, um, some of the more conspiracy theory type things. So I'm just kind of getting into those. Now I'm not calling anybody conspiracy, but that's kind of like, like I just started watching Y-Files. I just started really getting into this because for so long I was so adamant that, like, yeah, they're aliens, but they don't have anything to do with us and this and that and the other thing. And a lot of it was just things I had to untangle, beliefs that I had to untangle from my old lifestyle. So I'm
Mm.
really learning. So a lot of what I'm learning is Ben sending me this stuff. And he sent me because I was like, I want to see what this is. Like, what is this? And guys, you're all gonna hate me. I have not seen the movie The Matrix. I know about it ish, but it's something that I'm finding my way through. It's something that I'm seeing where that fits. So I'm fairly new to it. So I'm just going to be taking in a lot of information.
Well, and then so that happened in Washington at that place with where Kurt Cobain
Mhm.
used to live, or his parents.
Yeah, it was like just down the road from his childhood home. It was the first time that I ever had any real interaction with like spirituality. That's where my awakening started. That's where everything really kind of came online for me in a way that I couldn't that I couldn't ignore anymore. And I've, definitely done the spiritual side of things, and I'm very much into journaling and all of that kind of thing.
The fluff,
So
as it's called.
yeah, I mean, I guess you could call it the fluff. It
Well,
took
it
me a
fluffs
long
you,
time.
fluff us up. Yeah.
Yeah, it took me a long time to untangle a lot of the deep rooted stuff that was in me, because I was in a different belief system for almost 40 years.
So you were
So
Catholic, right?
figuring, Baptist.
Baptist. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So figuring out how I related to who Jesus was, God, what I thought about all of it, I mean, there was so much for me to untangle that, I really had to go in that and experience and look at the shadow side of me, and who I am, and all of those archetypes, and you know just even the way that I was taught that women were to behave, what they were to do, how they fit into society, is
Hmm.
something that I've spent a lot of time untangling, and kind of um, you know coming to grips with, and seeing those shadow parts of myself. So I think I kind of have to, like, it for me, it's a progression. So I kind of got to get a hold on this thing before I'm like, wait, you're doing what? You're
Sure.
looking at
Sure.
what? um, but it's something that I'm completely open to, because it's things that before, um, before I had this awakening, and I realized things that I would not have given a second thought to. So, but I'm learning, and I'm excited to learn about it, and I'm excited to see, like, some of the concepts are really, I don't really know how to wrap my head around it yet.
Hmm.
Um, but I think a lot of it is, I'm a very logical person, so I have to have it explained to me in a way that I really, really understand. Like, okay, what what do you mean by this? What is this? And then there are certain things that creep up that I have to go back and go, okay, that's not part of my belief system anymore. So I've got to push that out of my head so I
Hmm.
can be open minded about this.
Well, sure.
It's a
It's a
very,
progression. It's like it's not a linear path, and we're going to
right,
get yanked over here or pushed over there, and it's going to
right.
be, and I've even had where I had a day where I just swore, I just like so irritated about things, and I just had to have that release that I just was like, never again. I'm done.
Yeah.
I am done, done. And you have those days, and you're just like, I am done. I am I am
Right.
no longer on the path. I am giving up and throwing in the towel. I've done it and done it and done it and done it. And then after a couple hours, I'm back on and I'm okay.
Right. And that's been the case for me lately. My sun is in Aquarius. Pluto's in Aquarius right now. There's a lot of stuff, big, big, big stuff that is
Mhm.
coming up for me that I'm really having to face and heal. Past relationships and abuses and things that I'm just now realizing that they were as serious as they were, because I softened that language around it, and I didn't acknowledge what had happened to me. And so there's a lot of stuff that right now is just, it's like the gates of Hades opened, and it's all gushing out right now. And so there's
Good.
a lot of healing journaling going on. There's a lot of, just looking at my life path, looking at my
Hmm.
chart, looking at what I'm here to do, and really kind of coming to terms with that. And part of it is, when we're called to be teachers and healers, we can't heal from things that we don't know. We can't heal from wounds that we've never experienced. And if we're meant to be a big, powerful healer, then that means we're going to have some big, powerful wounds, and we're going to have
Mm.
some big, powerful stuff. And we have to go through that and understand it and heal it in ourselves before we can help others. And I had healed parts of it, but then the universe was like, okay, come on, here we go.
Hmm.
And so, but it helps, for me, it's helpful to know, okay, this is what I'm needing to focus on right now, and understanding these these things. that are coming up that are tough. You know?
Yeah, I get that. I get that. And sometimes it's you go through these major things. You're being fire hosed is what you're doing. I like to say you're drinking from a fire hose. I think we've all done it at one time, but you might be drinking from five of them right now. And that's just and you're receiving what you're receiving what you're capable of receiving. You're not being given anything that you can't handle. So you must be
Right.
getting your cup's about to get a lot larger than if you're going through that. Because
Yeah.
Well, and one of the interesting things, Karina, who is my personal astrologer, she's like, you have Persephone, who's really predominant in your chart, and Panacea, and the heart of Scorpio, and my Chiron is really important. And she's like, so for you right now, as you're going through this Pluto in Aquarius, which is going to be in my chart for 20 years. So, I mean, I'm going to be 68 by the time that this is all done. But she's like, not only are you healing your own wounds, that Pluto's bringing up for you, Persephone, she really is the one that comes up to the earth, which allows us to have spring and summer. But she's also the one that punishes the wrongdoings of the people who are in Hades, who did that. And she has those two sides. And then Chiron is our wounded healer, so that's healing our wounds and helping others to heal their wounds by how we healed ours. But with Panacea in the chart, that's the healer of all of the wounds. So it's this death, healing, transformation, not just healing of my wounds, but helping to heal everybody else. And then being in Aquarius, it's about the collective. And so it is a lot. And there's a lot going on with my kids and my family and people that I never in a million years thought that I would be disassociated from or, detached from or who wouldn't talk to me is a lot of what I'm dealing with right now. And I've come to the understanding that, sometimes our parents, our children, our brothers and sisters, our aunts and uncles, they're not meant to stay on our path. And the people that are not meant to be there will drop off. And it's really hurtful when it's your children or your mom, or, you realize these things, but you understand that at least I understand that there's a much bigger calling there for me for that. And so, as much as I love them, that door is always going to be open to them to come back. They're my kids. It's my mom, but it's just not meant to be where it's at right now. And they have their own journey. And it could be that the things that I have done to them um, unknowingly and knowingly have put them on their path to heal their own trauma and generational trauma that I wasn't meant to heal, that they are here to heal. So when I can look at it that way, it's not as difficult. It's still very hard. And yes, I feel like I've got about 15 fire hoses on me right now. And so I'm planning a huge ritual actually on my birthday. My birthday is February 12th, so there's a full moon in Leo. And I'm planning a huge release, ceremony and ritual on that day to, release this that I have come to understand. Because we cannot go forward if we're holding on to things that clutter up our closet. We can't get the new shoes if we're holding on to all of the old ones that we wore when we were 6. That doesn't work. So, I've got to make room.
Mhm.
And, so fortunately I'm out in the country, so I can scream. I can run around the trees, and my friend will just be like, bless it, she's just doing whatever the hell she's doing out there. So we're just going to let her be.
how funny.
I love everything that you've shared. I resonate with like all of it basically. I'm not an Aquarius, but I've gone through. I have a lot of the dark feminine energy that I've
Mm-hmm.
worked with,
Mm-hmm.
and it's the initiation that we have to go through in the depths of the underworld, and it's what makes us as our powerful beings that we came here to be the leaders
Virgo?
and healers and the way showers. I'm a Virgo, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I just was telling you. That's what came to me while you said that you were not an Aquarius.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
yeah, yeah. But I have a lot of Scorpio in my chart, and
mm,
I've been on the priestess path, and I have some of my guides have literally brought me into the underworld. Like the dark feminine, and Persephone is one that I have worked with a little bit.
Right.
But yeah, I just wanted to say, because I'm gonna hop off real quickly, but I really appreciate everything that you've shared, and the journaling is not that fluffy.
Oh, I agree. I agree.
I wanted to reiterate that because sometimes it can be so powerful in helping us get in, I mean, it can be fluffy if you're like, I am
Right.
love, I am light, if you're writing like affirmations, but how are you using it, right? But yeah, I just wanted to just like honor you and recognize that, you're going through all of the amazing things, because that's where the gift lies, like when you really go into the depths of it. And yeah, we're all, it's layers too. It's layers.
Oh,
And
yes.
there are
Oh,
beliefs that I came across at the beginning of my journey that I was like, this is it. And now I'm kind of like, meh,
you're like, I wasn't that cute that I thought that. That's where I'm
Right.
at right now. I'm like, bless it.
You're where you're supposed to be, right? Is that
Yeah.
the saying?
We evolve so much on this journey, and it's like once we think we've figured it out, it's like this whole other realm opens up, and you're like, oh my God, I only scratched the surface of the iceberg.
Well, Amanda, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming, and I thank all of you for coming, of course, on such short notice. But we're going to continue on. But thank you for coming by. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you so much. This is a lot of fun. I'm sending much love and blessings to everyone here and on the chat. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Well, thank you for coming by, Amanda. Good to see you.
All right, good night.
Thank you.
Yeah, there we go. That's good stuff. I love hearing about people. I love hearing about their journeys, and that's I thought it was a good theme for this evening, because everyone has one or two of those stories that really open their eyes, and I share them throughout my streams that I do. And one of them, and I'll say it again, is, and this was I think that my knowledge of energy has grown simultaneously with seeing through the matrix. It almost has to, because you start doing things that allow you to have these experiences, and all of a sudden it doesn't, wait a second, science. I even have a buddy that's kind of a scientist and a super smart dude. And he was like, I shared with him something that happened to me last year that this started the whole thing with TruthWave and sending a thought form to another person, sending an actual symbol via connecting to our energy and sending it that way. But then my buddy was like, no, that didn't happen. Oh, that didn't happen. I'm like, it just happened to me, dude. How can you cheat? How can you cheat that way? Oh, but then sitting here saying, well, it's probably this and probably that, and some of your new age nonsense. And I'm like, I'm not even new age, dude.
I think
So,
it's that reflection that not everybody's meant to wake up. Some are meant to hold the dark and be that polarity for us, right? That all the challenges, or the way that you grow, is through those challenges. So if you're not meeting something that makes you overcome it, then so that's just thank him for the experience of becoming stronger.
Hello? I can't hear anything.
oh, you can't hear anything? Great. Hold on. Here we go again.
I have this
I
same
don't have any
problem.
volume.
Now I can't hear him.
I can hear Josh. Can you hear me?
Can you hear Josh? Test. Josh,
I
can you hear
can't
everyone? Okay.
There we go.
Hey, Josh, can you? Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh,
Uh-oh. I thought we had it.
can you hear me?
Yep.
I
I
can
mean,
hear you,
volume.
Ben.
Yeah.
Oh, he'll be back. He'll be back. Yeah, so where did we leave off there? I'm sorry.
We're just talking about the shadow, like the darkness being the polarity to the light, and that you grow stronger in the light because of the depths of the darkness that you go into. So thank the darkness, or thank the shadow. You get the strength by going through it, not avoiding it.
And think about our deemed positive and our deemed negative experiences. Think about that for a moment. You get a new car, that's deemed positive experience. And then you go out and have a wreck and lose a large portion of your life for 2 or 3 years. You're crumpled up, and it takes a while for your bones to heal and for you to walk again. So that's a deemed positive new car that turns out to show you a bunch of temperance and humility. because really that's you being injured or being laid up is an act of humility for everyone. It doesn't matter. But then you have something, it's like I have a friend of mine that crunched her car on the way to work the other day because she was talking on the phone. All right.
Oh
And so,
no.
yeah, so she was talking on the phone, but the thing is that she crunched, wasn't too bad as crunches go with cars. But the thing is that delay right there might have saved her from something else. You see?
Right.
So it's that law. All right, let's add Josh back in here. It may be what I'm doing on this end. I may be adding people to the scene too soon, and maybe it's not writing. Let's see. Let's see how it worked.
I don't know
Josh?
volume. I can't hear anything. I'm dropping out.
All right.
I can't hear a thing.
All right.
Technical
There,
difficulties.
1 second.
I can't hear anything.
Oh, I can't hear anything.
Interesting. Huh.
I ended up having to go onto my laptop to access anything. So maybe if he's got a phone or something, I'm not sure.
I keep forgetting I'm on cam because my screen just shows me offline. It has a little circle, little person in there. But yeah, I know I'm not. But yeah, I keep forgetting. I'm surprised I haven't picked my nose or something like that yet. But
I would wave you down if you did. I'd be like,
it
Take them under the table.
there's a lot of this that's really fascinating, and one of the things that I've been struck with is like remote viewing. Okay, yeah, you know what? A lot of times, you're off. You're nowhere close. But when you're on, it's like you're seeing detail. I mean, it's not like, okay, her shirt is red. Oh no, it's blue. Okay, things that you can guess. Oh, there's going to be a plane crash. It's going to have red on the tail. Well, that's most planes. Most emblems. That's my classic example. But when it works, you're seeing details of things that, it's like I have no way of knowing this. What is this?
yeah.
And it's really bad for me with imposter syndrome because it feels like you're just making up a story and you're saying this is true, and it's like it because you're so used to I don't know what the term I want to use, conventional, the
That's part of the
system, the man.
That's part of the matrix for us, Ben. That's part of the matrix that keeps us trapped in thinking that, but science is an art, right? Science is an art. And unless they have the methods to detect it, then it doesn't exist. And that's why it's constantly shifting, is they just don't have the measurements to be able to detect within that spectrum of whatever the data or the information is. Right? Like we know that I can't hear in a certain spectrum that dogs can hear in or that other species can hear in, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist because I can't experience it. And the problem with it is that, or not the problem with it, but the way that the matrix is constructed is to drop us down into the physical, let go of our spiritual. So they want us grounded in that. If I can't touch it, taste it, sense it, like if I can't use my 5 senses to see it, or if science can't prove it through some theory or some hypothesis that gets reduplicated, then it's not true. Right. But we know, and I say to everybody, if you ever want to talk, okay, then prove to me how much you love your child. Just prove it to me. I want a measurement on it. I want it in details. I want it data on it, right? Detect it in your energy field, how much your love is for your child, and prove that to me. And you can't, but you know with absolute certainty you love your child. You love them to the depths of your soul. And that's something you can't detect. Science can't detect it, but it doesn't mean it's not real. So when we start to step beyond that, it has to be in that specific way. Then we open ourselves up to the realization that magic is all around us. Just like the codes that are in the walls in the red, like when you're looking at the red light, right? That's just your coding behind the matrix. That's the matrix's coding, right? And you start to see those things. Like I interact with earth spirits now. I get all kinds of connections because the more that you embrace the magic, the more the magic embraces you. And it becomes way more available to you, like working with the Fae. The Fae don't work with you. I mean, you can call the Fae in and get into a contract with them, but then they'll just use you to their own means, and it won't be fun. But if you want to work with them and work with them in a really great way, then you have to be open to the magic that's there, and then the magic will be open to you.
Well, yeah, you see this on so many different levels. I mean, not just necessarily even the esoteric or a non-quantifiable, non-temporal, non-physical, non-materialist. There was an example. I was watching a show with doctors, and they were talking about how there's a lot of things in the human body we don't have a clue of. Like there's one guy running around talking about how if you don't wear sunglasses in the sun, you're less likely to
Yeah,
get sunburned because
absolutely.
your eyes take it and it produces this, I can't remember the name of the chemical, but yet every single dermatologist you run into, dermatologist, they will all the skin doctor, they will all tell you, no, you have to wear sunblock, universally, and they were talking about how they were running into things in the textbooks that they did not agree with, but it's taught in. So first of all, you have to learn this system, and then you can go explore on your own. And sometimes you're called a crackpot. There was a
I tell people all the time not to wear sunglasses because you have receptors that are built into your eyes that detect the level of light, and by the detection of the higher quality of light, it increases the melanin production in your skin, which protects you from getting sunburned.
you know
Instead, they tell you wear glasses, so then you burn more. You think that you're protecting your eyes from the UV rays, and then you're burning more. And then what are you doing? You're putting on more sunscreen. And what is sunscreen? Laced with toxins and chemicals.
yeah.
And see, I'm totally vain. I wear sunglasses because I don't want cursed feet. I just set a timer and I'm like, okay, it's time for me to go.
But that's a misnomer. That's a misnomer as well, right? That's what we've been conditioned to believe. So and your belief system is extremely powerful, right? If you believe that being out in the sun is going to age your skin, it will. If you believe with every fiber of your being that you have to have meat in order to live, then you will have to have meat in order to live because your body will demand it until your belief system changes.
Well, I that was just me trying to be funny. I guess it landed flat.
It was interesting. One of the things that came up, things you can't use affirmation your way out of, limiting beliefs. You have this lower part of the brain, what they call the lizard and cat brain. The lower you go, and it's the less reasoning there is, and it's only this neocortex new covering from the Latin, that your lower part of your brain is actually making decisions for you, and your lower part of your brain's already made this decision, but you think you've reasoned your way through it. So all that happens is this lower part of your brain, which doesn't even speak English, it speaks emotions, speaks like emojis. It will decide something, and then the upper part of your brain was, oh no, I did this because I found a value in it, or blah blah blah. And limiting beliefs was one of the things that just really rocked my world, because one of the things that one of the exercises I did was exactly the opposite of affirmations. It was having my limiting beliefs, you are not good enough, displayed on a poster with a background like it was being celebrated. What happens is, as you look at that, you start feeling disgusted by it. That lower part of your brain does understand. It says, okay, when I feel like I'm not good enough, that is disgusting. It takes that and internalizes it. One of the people that Christy turned me on to, he was talking about how the importance of, he was talking about manifesting. And he was doing this thing where he's tapping the middle of his forehead, and until you see, blue light, and then you envision whatever it is your goal is, a million subscribers, whatever, new car, if materialist or whatever. And what you do is repeat to yourself, yes, yes. And what that's doing, that's falling back to that. We're saying, achieving this is good. That your lower brain understands, and it will change your behavior to say this is. You still take that. Say this is of value to Ben. This is of value to Christy. I want to pursue this, and it will inadvertently, or not inadvertently, subconsciously take us on goals to achieve that, or it will change our habits, and it's just fascinating. But we're told, no, you don't address that. No, you live through it. Just forget it. Oh, it's no big thing. And it's like, oh, you got all this trauma. Everybody's the product of childhood. One of my favorite sayings, everybody's a product of childhood suffering and reward. You have to address that. That stuff has fed my behavior, and now it's a script that will be run automatically unless I take action to change it. Now I can't hear Victor.
He wasn't saying anything.
I don't know. I think he's mouthing the words. He's singing the Baby Shark. There you go.
Is that it?
Oh, Lord, not that song.
Not me either, so I'm immune to any.
All right. Can you still hear me, Ben? Can
Yes,
you still
sir.
hear me? Oh, good. Okay. Yeah, that's. I have one. My annoying song goes back a little bit, and mine's a little bit older, and that's called "It's Raining Tacos." And my son can't stand it whenever I play "It's Raining Tacos." It's amazingly annoying because it plays over and over and over. And there was a thing on Twitch, that channel for gamers specifically on Twitch, and they were doing 10 hours of listening to the same thing over and over and over and over and over, and trying to find the most annoying thing to see how many minutes they could get through it. And they would still talk and monologue and things, but they would see how long they could do it. It's just a little silly challenge, but at least it's one that may or may not hurt people. It's not like eating Tide Pods, put it that way.
Yeah.
So, or
That's
it would be fun. Have you ever considered making some new trend, like eating cat turds or something, and you doll it up so it's like something really fun, or you make necklaces out of it, and I don't know, just to see how many people you can be, how you can. Well, that's not very nice of me, but it would be fun as a social experiment to. And maybe we've already seen it. Maybe the Tide Pods one. Maybe that was the cat turd version of it. So because to put something in your mouth like that because you see other people do it on a streaming service is well. Let me go somewhere. Let me angle this, and this is kind of in line with our theme too. Is think about it, how when you stop activities like that, because that's like that group think, that's that low density, hey, let's go jump off the closest house. Okay, yeah. And it's all for such a low return. Because think about how long that endorphin hit or that hit you get from having a video go viral. Think about that for a moment. And then all of a sudden now you have all this pressure. You may have done some silly cat video. Oh, but now you feel, and it's brilliant and 16 million people watch it. But then what's that leave you with? That could leave you with now I have to keep performing. Now I have to put more viral videos. And instead of just, hey, be happy that you were able to contribute to people's entertainment for a day or two. Now it's that financial drive. There's other things. Oh, well, hey, that gave me a dopamine fix. And now I need to do, and now I want more. And then and then the quality goes off. There's some comedians out there that have some video or something that goes viral. And really the guy is good at that one bit, but really it's kind of like that one thing, my favorite commercial ever. It's Wednesday morning. It's hump day. Mike, what day is it? What day is today? It's hump day. And I love that. I think that's like the peak of commercials is hump day, that hump day commercial, because you can't replicate it. It's tough to do it. And that may have been a second version of that camel doing that. And, but how do you go? Where's your next step? Your next step is to maybe make it better in some way. I don't know. But, you take away, I think everything boils down to, in a nutshell, as you remove these layers and you remove these layers, the thing that's going to come to eventually is not money, because I think technology is going to remove the need for that eventually. And I think it's going to be sooner than later. I think in our lifetimes it will. And when certain technologies are released, I think there's more technology out there because I'm in the vein that if we can think it up, then it's probably out there in the Unity consciousness. If you see a movie about it, it's probably because it's out there in the Unity consciousness. You think Star Wars could have been? Is it just from George Lucas's imagination? Is that what imagination is? Is that the connection to Unity consciousness? You see, this could be a really good rabbit hole, or maybe perhaps even one of the rabbitest of holes, to quote Hecklefish. However, got to bring my favorite fish in here. But,
Right?
Yeah, but just consider that. Anything that you've seen, any science fiction book you've read, is out in the Unity consciousness. It's out there for us to get. Why do you think they say if you have a good business idea, write it down and capture it so it doesn't continue to float out there?
Right.
And I don't know if you've heard that about U-Haul, but I think U-Haul was like the preeminent example of people not writing their ideas down.
Stephen King used to say that when he would get an idea in the middle of the night, he would jump up and he would write it down, and he would get it down as fast as he could because he was fully in the belief that he wasn't the only one that got that idea for a book. And the only thing that he had to his benefit was to get it out first.
That's interesting. But see, that comes right behind on what I'm saying. It sets and reinforces that aspect of saving it, of writing it down, write it down. So I did that for a few years, as well as anytime I would get an idea about something. I have little journal books full of great ideas, and it's just, I'd put them down there because I thought, well, I may come back to it. So
How many times you had an idea or an inspiration and you were like, yeah, that would be really cool to have that. And then you don't do it. And then years later, somebody else has put it out there, right? Because we didn't capture it when it came through our stream of consciousness and we allowed it to go to somebody else.
Well, my first company I ever owned was called Nerd Software, and a buddy and I, a military buddy and I, started this company together, and we were developing games left and right, and it was really interesting to see. And we didn't get any of them published. However, my historic note is I have a non-disclosure agreement with Electronic Arts, and I don't know if you know who Electronic Arts, but they had 16 employees at the time.
Wow.
So we were trying to get in there, at least get published through there. And we had a roller coaster game that we were developing, and guess what? Guess what came out like 6 months later? Roller Coaster Tycoon or something like that. And we were just slow. So to your point, Tanya, we were slow. We were behind the ball.
Yeah.
So I've seen it firsthand how if you have a good idea, of course, write it down. However, I think we're moving out of that. I think we're moving into the area that when you have a good idea, you share it. And that's kind of the way I am with TruthWave. I love it. And let people come and have a great experience something that will raise their vibrational frequency. Or in your cases, you have your school, Tanya, and Christy, you have your show. You're helping people on an individual level, and I'm kind of more of the group thing. However, we're all doing our piece, because every time we do one of those pieces of it, every time it's raising that vibration just a little bit more on the planet, just a little bit more. Because say we raise Millie's vibration or Josh's vibration for just a few moments, hey, it's that kick that's going to give these other vibrations over here. Because like if her vibration was to raise 5 points off of ours right now, and she's in the moment and she's sitting here to tell us about this wonderful thing, and guess what? It's going to pull all of us up, and it's going to pull up everyone, the 30 people watching us right now in chat, and it's going to pull everyone up at the same time. That's beautiful, because it just kind of feeds off of itself, just like negativity. Well, why wouldn't it work? Why wouldn't it work in the positive realm as it does in the negative realm?
It absolutely does. Absolutely.
And that's how I look at things. When I heal, then it helps the collective heal. And so by me doing my work and my stuff, then it's helping everybody else, and really, as we're coming into the age of Aquarius, that's what it's about. it's going to cease to be more about the individual, and it's going to become more about the collective. And where are we going as a society? And where are we, where are we going as a society, and how are we going to get there? I think we're going to see a lot of those old paradigms of what money looks like, what even keeping an idea for yourself. I might have an amazing idea, but I might not be the one meant to execute it. So if I share it, I can get it to the right person, and they can do it beautifully because it's not meant to be mine, you know? And so I think there's a lot of beauty in that. And really, I've been working very hard to step away from that um, more self-focused and more into this is for the collective and how can it help. It's helped me a lot.
Well, there is beauty there because as we step away from it, and in a sense, we've stepped away from it tonight by having this gathering. We all make that conscious decision to check out from the bread and circuses of the spectacle because it's exciting to turn it on and what am I about to see? And I've used this example before. I think it was about 4 months ago. I monologued on it one time, and it's finding that state. When you're going somewhere exciting, like you're going to Disneyland or Disney World, and you're very excited, and that feeling of excitement. Well, the thing is you can reach that. You can reach that feeling right now, and it's just finding it and associating that vibrational frequency with it. And when you do, next time you feel super excitement about something, capture that vibration and think, okay, or just think back to the last time you were excited about going to Six Flags or going wherever. And it doesn't have to, it could have been a performance, a musical performance or something. It can be anything, but use that fuel. Just feel that and find that state. And you can go in that state anytime. You just have to make that relationship with, you can set it, you can totally rompa pill that sucker. Is you get into that state and then find it and go visit it. Go visit it. Stay in that state, and then guess what? You're waking up in it, and you're going to sleep in that state. That's freaking awesome. There's nothing saying you can't be in it. I tell people now in the meditation. I don't know when the last time you caught the whole thing, for any of you, but every day, twice a day.
10 and 10.
10 and 10. Well, I've been telling people, gone are the days where we would step back. Because when I first got on the path, oh God, I had to be really careful about how I expended my energy because it would wipe me out. And part of that is your cup getting larger and it just taking time because you're new to it. It's like harmonizing, right? Because harmonizing with the energy. And now I look at it as my cup is getting larger if I have a couple days of disassociation, as I like to say it. And then one of my friends from my group responds that, hey, you're recalibrating. You're recalibrating. So all of you in chat too and listening to our voices, think about it. So if you have a couple down days, you think, oh, I'm doing so well. And then a couple days of, I just don't feel right. Well, you're recalibrating. That cup has gotten larger and it's being filled up at the rate in which you can take it and accept it. And then it's going to top off in 12 or 14 hours, right? And then you're going to feel amazing. So
it's a good thing to bring up because I do know for me with working with people going through the shadow and, like the school is shadow to illumination. But when you're working with people, sometimes they get into it and they're like, I'm going to learn. And it's just keep doing this work. But they don't take the time to step back and integrate anything that they're learning. So they become almost information junkies. It's like, if I just learn enough, if I just absorb enough knowledge, then I'm going to heal my trauma and get rid of it. But it's not about just that information. It's about taking that information and applying it as a practical in your life. And that's where most people drop the ball is they absorb the information or they get the book and it's like, I call it shelf help because it's on the shelf, but it's not actually helping anything. It's just a shelf help. It's helping the shelf. You have to actually open the book and do something and put that practical in. So.
Oh, sure.
There's a saying that Chase uses a lot, and I'm sorry, I keep saying his name. It's just he's the person I'm most exposed to. I'm taking some classes with him right now.
Chase that I know, Chase?
Chase Hughes.
Oh,
from
okay.
The Apier panel. But
oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, and he's helping me with laser stuff too. But one of the things that he keeps talking about was that in special ops training, they tell people become brilliant at the basics. You don't necessarily try to achieve. You just try to take what you know and keep applying it and keep applying it. Just become brilliant at it. And yeah, rather than just, oh, okay, I have to learn this highfalutin idea, and you don't have a good basis, and if you don't apply this, you're not going to apply that. And you may know it, but you'll forget it. We learn through repetition, and sadly, I wish, I wish, I wish I could read something only once, and a few things do if they're like a major paradigm shift. But yeah, most times,
Well, that's the military in general too, though. It's
yep,
like if you're, I went through the military, well, one of the branches, and we would assemble and disassemble and reassemble and disassemble and reassemble. So it was like we could do it in the dark and it wouldn't matter as long as we could just kept track of all the pieces of like a machine gun or a rifle
yep,
specifically. Yeah. And that goes a long way. It goes a really,
yep.
so it's like when you hear X, you hear a shot or you hear something go off, you don't think, oh, where do I need to go and hide or, get cover? You get cover. It's like
Yep,
automatically.
yep.
So, because what's that old cliche thing of a loud noise happens when a guy's walking down the street and he's a former whatever, and a car backfires and then you find him in the bush, and that's that. There's some reality to that, and I think it takes a while to
Yeah.
unlearn. So, I think it's a wonderful evening that we're having here because think about this. We've created this space by having this conversation for people to come in and completely check out of that other stuff that's going on outside of us. You follow? So here we are making another timeline in a sense, and keeping it going by talking about the way we've stepped out of this. And think about. I've heard also. I'm going to talk about the Super Bowl for a moment. Is one of my buddies who used to be he used to work in Vegas he was actually a hotel manager.
Hmm.
The hotel, not the hotel manager. He was the operations manager for one. So that it was the gambling side. And he said, any game that you can bet on in Vegas, any game you can bet on in Vegas is fixed. And then people will start saying, well, how can you fix a game when there's all these players and how do you keep them quiet and this and that? Well, there's threats, of course, with bodily harm. All right, depending on how deep it goes. But also, who do you need? The coach and the offensive coordinator, three people on both sides to dictate, especially if they're working together. Hey, the final score will be this. We're going to score this many times in this quarter, this many times in this quarter, and play the whole thing out. You have all the pieces. You're basically playing chess. And you could tell one of your guys, Ben, to not, to send him a different way, to give the quarterback a specific way. They only run X number of plays between commercials, so it's not like in college or high school football where there's far more plays being played. So I think there's some average out there. The number, I think it's 79 plays per game. How could you not script that out?
Mm.
I mean, you could. So
So you're
Well, in watching all that film, I mean, like there's only so many things you can do, you know.
yeah. Oh, here
So
we go. Millie just gave us some information. Halftime started 5 minutes ago. My 16-year-old and BF are watching. Well, I hope they enjoy it and enjoy their experience. Oh, it is in New Orleans. Okay. That's Narlands. That is a great
yeah.
place. As an energy worker, as someone familiar with energy, New Orleans has got to be one of the most interesting places I've ever been on the planet. And
I've always wanted to go.
because it's absolutely amazing food and amazing restaurants, and the people are amazing. And yeah, there's some near do wells there, but excuse me. But the vibe of the place is it's fun. It's fun. I haven't been. I don't think I've been back since I've been. on the path. I'm sorry, I haven't been back since I've been enlightened, Ben.
Oh, now you're getting back at me for all the chat messages.
There you go.
Okay, I see it.
However, it is kind of I actually, last time I stayed down there, I think I stayed not on Bourbon Street, but one block off of it, and it was noisy all stinking night, the whole time. Whole time there was somebody outside one of the bars yelling and blowing a whistle, trying to get people to come in, and it was all night. And it was on a school night. It was on a week. I was there on business, so we all walked into that meeting the next day, including the vendor who we were auditing, having our quarterly with, and we stayed up, I think, until an hour before we were supposed to meet. Gave ourselves enough time to shower and shave and get to the meeting. It was awesome. So, it was good. Good times. Yeah. All right. So who is next? Who is next that's going to talk about their trip outside of the Matrix? I know we have more in there. To stay with our theme. I'm sorry?
I love you guys, but I'm going to bounce and take my dog for a walk so I can be back to meditate. So,
That's right. That's about
45 minutes ish.
Yeah, about
start and
the meditation portion will begin in about 1 hour.
yes. So
Yeah, because it's 7. Yeah, that's right. All right, Tanya, thank you so much for coming by, my friend.
You guys. Computer. Okay. Figure out how to get out of it.
All right, there we go.
Bye, Ben.
I'm a known quantity.
You're a known quantity. All right, I'm coordinating.
You invite somebody like me to your show. This is what happens.
Well, you've spoken about some pretty interesting things, though.
Yeah.
Especially the laser thing, and we've had various discussions about RV stuff, and I find I'll say it officially, everyone. I think Ben is super, super, super into his clairs, into his abilities, and I think he's just about to step into them fully.
What does that mean, clairs? Like an eclair?
Eclairs, chocolate eclairs, strawberry eclairs. You know what I'm talking about.
Ben and the eclairs.
I miss them.
Clairaudient, clairsentient, clairvoyant. Okay. Yeah, those kinds of things.
One of the things I really found fascinating was the Monroe Institute. They were not Project Stargate, Gateway. And one of the odd, that was more.
You might want to explain that first.
That is more astral projection. It's Project Gateway, and it was something the CIA put. They did Project Stargate, which was remote viewing, and Gateway, which was developed by the Monroe Institute. They put CIA agents and the military, put military intelligence people in this. And what it was a program devoted to was basically astral projection, but not just standard run-of-the-mill, quote-unquote, astral projection, but astral projection, if taken far enough, you could, in theory, astral project different points in time. You could see one of the levels, which kind of got me out of it, was they start talking about you see a near-death experience. Okay, that's a certain level, but then you go a couple levels up, you're seeing other people's near-death experiences. To me, that'd be incredibly traumatic. But that aside, one of the theories of it, the guy who developed it, or one of the doctors who developed it, talked about one of the things that we learned is that matter really doesn't exist. It's just things in vibration. That our hands are stopping each other, but there's enough space between the atoms that they could just go right through each other. And one of the precepts of it was that information is never really destroyed. It's just put out there, kind of like what you talk about, into the ether. I think they use different terminology. I don't quite remember.
Well, theirs is wrong.
What's that?
I said theirs is wrong.
But yeah, they were talking about how if taken high enough, um, you're seeing other beings. There some level you're
Mm.
doing with aliens who are going into the past or the future, and you get up to the top
Mhm.
level, and that's where they talk about meeting the architect of the universe, which
Hmm.
sounds way way super advanced and super esoteric. But the lower levels, yeah, they're talking about yeah, astral projection for purposes of intelligence work. At
Hmm.
least that's what the military was interested in it for.
I think it's interesting that they developed it, even if it was for a nefarious cause. And when we first started speaking about this, I was like, well, it'd be nice to see if we can develop a way to do it that's esoteric instead of have that militaristic, we do it for, so in other words, if we do it for a higher cause, we do it for purity, we do it to have some lesson that will help us serve
Sure.
humanity better. Because really, if the FBI does it or the CIA do it, they're doing it for their will of manipulating foreign governments or adversaries, deemed
Mm.
employees that they've made for all of us, by the way, out there, apparently, with all this funding stuff coming out now. That it's an eye opener to see, and this is stepping out of the matrix too. We're used to looking at our country in a specific way, and every place. So everyone that's deployed in the last 50 years has gone to that deployment because of something we were doing on the other side.
Yeah.
If you find out what's that called, the Rockefeller method, didn't the Rockefellers were they not known for supplying both sides
Yeah.
of any
Yeah.
conflict?
Well, even yeah,
Well,
even really simplistic things like the start of the Vietnam conflict. The CIA's declassified files on that, where
Mhm.
they knew that they had an attack on a boat, and okay, that blew over. But then there was a second quote attack, and they knew it never happened. It was not an attack, but that was the cause for going into Vietnam. And aircraft pilots have come out and said, no, we were flying over there. They were not shelling. They were not shelling submarines. They weren't shelling boats. There was nothing there. I guess they were entertaining the fish. But you have instances like that, and instances like one of the projects, I can't remember the name of it, where they were talking about the Joint Chiefs. It was a memo that was released by the CIA. The Joint Chiefs back during the Cuban Missile Crisis, they were talking about amping up sentiment against the Cubans by actually bombing in the U.S., doing bombs
Mhm.
and shooting down a plane. And of course, and they were saying, okay, yeah, we'll divert a plane, we'll send a plane up, we'll shoot down with a missile, we'll say it was shot down by a MiG or something like that, and blah blah blah.
Mhm.
But they're still talking about blowing up buildings and things like that. And it's okay, well, we can use plastic bombs, they don't have fragmentation and things like that. But to
Mhm.
hear that stuff, it's like, wait a minute, no, we're always the good guys. We're always the good guys. Every time we're the good guys, and it's just coming trying to wrestle with that. 'Cause it's
but
like,
that's from Hollywood too. Think about it.
yeah,
Last 60 years,
Mhm.
50 years, John Wayne movies, all kinds of movies, The Big Red One,
Right.
Vietnam films, that
Mhm.
were at least a little bit more honest about us not
mm,
being exactly the best guys. But the
Mhm.
the thing is, it's still that theme, that theme,
yeah,
that theme that we are above everyone else. And in reality, we're the ones sitting here stirring the pot just so we can make some money on the backside with our defense contracts.
yeah,
And
Mhm.
yeah, it's a shame. It's really sad.
yeah.
It's really sad in that regard.
And that's why we take and leave billions of dollars of hardware, big weapon systems in countries that we just pull out of, and leaving all this stuff ready to go. And it's like, if you really, but yeah, that alone was a huge eye opener. But and I
Mhm.
must add that the Monroe Institute, they continued on, and you can find Monroe Institute. HemiSync is one of the things that came out of Monroe. Hemisync means to basically, it's also called, I can't remember the term now. Entrainment, where you can entrain your brain to operate on one frequency across, both hemispheres. You're syncing them to allow thought. That's part of the Monroe Institute, and you can find the and the audios are very. I think it was repurposed after, or I think it might have been repurposed after the military got into it. But yeah, it's
Is that where when you do that, do you picture basically a Merkaba, a triangle spinning one direction? Is that part of that? And then you're doing this in your mind, and then you see the bottom part. I think the top goes to the right and the bottom part goes to the left. And you build this in your mind, and you get that spinning in your mind, because that makes a Merkaba with two of those two pyramids intermeshed and spinning in opposite directions. I wonder if that's the key to it. So, something else is my group. We work on telepathy. Why not? Why not? Looks like we lost Christy. But, she'll be back, I would imagine. But think about that. Excuse me. You and I have even discussed telepathy, and where do we need to get? Where do we need to get to get to that ability? And I think part of it, oddly enough, is our authenticity. Because if we can be 100% authentic in every moment, especially when we're trying to communicate with something like that. And I think everyone's heard some kind of voice in their head before. And nowadays we can talk about it. If you hear somebody go, hey, or say your name, and it sounds like somebody familiar. I've had that personally happen to me a few times, 3 times actually, in different times. And you can go down the rabbit hole as, oh, well, maybe because I live in a 60-year-old house that maybe I picked up something from another timeline when somebody said something. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe I look like a ghost when I'm walking around at 3 a.m. throughout my house to the people back in the mid 70s or something. It's really interesting. And see, Chris brings up a good point too. There's corruption everywhere. Well, yeah. I think it's a great point, Chris. And thank you for volunteering, by the way, and whatever you're volunteering in. I don't actually know, but thank you for being a volunteer. And I think there's a lot of corruption out there. And I think it's going to get to the point. See, there's a big push. Think about this. If we get technology like these little power boxes that are supposed to come, or we get replicator technology. And think about what you could do with a replicator. You could clean any toxic stuff. You could go and farm just for base matter. You could go and farm thousands and thousands of landfills. Probably scan the material and get a database copy of it, sort of thing. Store that, so that way you find something interesting from the 40s that you think that needs to go in the database, and then 2 hours later, you're at home going through your database of things you just scanned, and oh, that looks like a cool chair. Make it, and then boom, it's produced right there. That would be cool, because once we get to a certain level of technology where people's basics, if you had a replicator, you could basically, and some kind of interface panel, you could, in video games, how you make structures, some of them will have an editor and you can make structures, and it'll be kind of red on your screen, translucent, and then you put it in the right spot, and then maybe it's going to be something like that. You could build a structure on your own with all that replicative technology right there from a little holographic pad in your hand or whatever. You have the power supply, and you hook in the replicator, and you could replicate water for showers. And any sewage you had would basically get put back through the replicator, because it's getting broken down to its base units. So that's safe. And think about it. You have those 2 items alone would absolutely change the way we live. Because then crime would stop, because who's going to help you commit crimes? What's the purpose? Why is there any purpose in doing that? There would be none, because most crimes are out of what? Money. And which is ultimately trying to obtain something that you want that perhaps other people have. Well, all you need is a scan. You see, you have a scan, and you could produce anything. I find it fascinating. Go ahead.
And one of the things I find interesting, thinking about crime and that oftentimes things are done for the sake of notoriety or because people, have fallen into a chemical addiction or insert X. And you think about how many of that would just be solved by high vibe society, a high vibe tribe, having people near you. It's one of the things that's repeated often that you're the sum of the 5 people you spend the most time with. And, a few nefarious people have used that and, run with it and kind of try to do their part to make sure it was discredited. But it's still the same as that we tend to be the sum total of the 5 people we spend the most time around. And, if they're high vibe, we'll get high, and I keep using that term high vibe because that was just something I've learned from Christy. And now I find it's in the zeitgeist or it's in,
definitely.
Popular nomenclature nowadays. And, I just find these simple little things like you and the replicator. You think about, Star Trek didn't go far enough with it because if you really had that, all these problems would be solved. It's kind of one of these things they didn't do too good of a job of script writing. They didn't think of the
Makes bad
implications. But
well, even if they did, even if they had gone down the implications more, that could have been just as interesting as what they didn't. I think they were more on the drama, and they could have been a little bit more on the tech side, especially with that replicator technology. Oh my God, it's amazing what you could do. You could take a backpack and walk out in the wilderness anywhere. You pull out your little hollow interface and build a foundation and build the structure that you want. And think about it. Your footprint only exists while that structure is there. And you spend a week out in the woods doing whatever. You have food, water, power, have a structure that's temporary, even though it's built to your specifications, excuse me. And then you live out there for a week, and then I call you up and say, dude, going to Peru, got a great place to put a dwelling. And you come down and you just add yours to mine, or I build it. You don't even need to use your stuff unless it's something specific that you want to get, and you can just transfer those files to me, and I make you're on your way, and I have your dwelling set up and your cat bed. If you have a cat or dog with you, I've got that taken care of, and you're meeting me in Peru, and you have accommodations. You don't have to worry about anything, and nothing.
I mean, it's just now. It was one of the things. I guess you were talking. I was trying to figure out what triggered this rabbit hole, but one of the things that you were talking about Peru and of course Central America, and you run into all these historical mysteries that you think about. They are, even if some of the bigger ones, like the door outside the Matrix that supposedly, you discount stuff like that. Even the stuff we know about, like there's somewhere down there. First of all, you have the real high altitude Salt Lake, which, of course, defies explanation there. But then you have those things like these cubes that are huge, and I can't remember what they date to. I don't know how much of a clue they really have, but they know that they're ancient. And these things, they're like a rock, but there's like a square machined in them, but it requires technology that I don't think we can even do now, because it's a perfect square and it's got perfect edges and all this stuff, and it's a huge freaking rock, and no machine lines or anything and stuff like that. It's like, where did that come from? I'm not going down the alien rabbit hole, but something as simple as that. It's like, what does that do for your worldview? Like, how does that, how you view the world? How, what does that mean?
I think it's something along the lines of being able to craft things. Well, we're doing it with our voice and our hands. Maybe we're doing it more energetically. So maybe we're singing at a certain hertz, or doing a hum or something like that, and then doing some action with our hands. It's something to do with sound, and because sound is energy. It's a form of energy, right? Energy wave. Maybe it's something like that, and it's learning how to craft
Mm.
with our natural abilities, the abilities that we're stepping back into. It's taking time, of course, but excuse me, sorry. But think about that. If we have that ability and it's just been learned out of us,
Yeah.
learned out of us because people wanted to have control. People
Yeah.
wanted to have control 2,000 years ago. What's the best way to do it? Oh, make these people stupid. Don't
Yeah.
let them know what their true powers are.
Well, yeah.
And
And oh, go ahead.
and I think the veil is lifting more and more each day.
Yeah.
And I think part of what's happening in our government is actually helping a lot of people realize it because, just like I started out an hour ago talking to everyone when everyone else was here, when you just came on, we were figuring out your sound issue. And think about it. Think about back there. We were talking about the things that were happening. And it's paradigm breaking because, well, even to our point 15 minutes ago, I always thought we were the good guys because that's what we were told in media, told in our movies, told this way, told that way. Everyone knows the American soldier's story globally. And that's convincing those people that we're the best too. So it works propaganda wise. It's a good propaganda tool. But imagine the planet though, when all this stuff gets shut down, it's going to have an immediate effect. Immediate.
Well, and it is interesting. This comes up. This comes up a lot in whatever genre, energy. As far as energy work, I'm not talking about conventional stuff, but you see this repeating, be it astrology, be it tarot, be it just energy workers. Everybody's talking about how we're getting closer and closer to the truth being revealed, and we're starting to see that even with all these things being declassified. We're starting to see that with all this. Here's how you're spending your money. We see microcosms of it with people that we once followed that we find out they maybe had some nefarious purposes. We're starting to see stuff happen. Hollywood, prime example. It turns out that all these people, a lot of people that we looked up to, and some people are engaged in this industry that is just completely debased. And of course, you see some people shine in that. I'm thinking of like the Keanu Reeves. Turned out, he's actually a good guy, and it's like good for him. And
Or
people
is
like.
that his
Uh,
moniker, or is that his front?
well, yeah, that's true. But at least like,
I hope he is for
yeah,
our sake. I hope he's a
yeah,
good
I
guy.
really do.
I really
I
want to like him.
Yeah, same here. But yeah, there's all these music moguls, but you just see this this veil being lifted. And it's like the thing with oh gosh, the guy in Hollywood that was prosecuted, and I think he's languishing in a prison somewhere.
Is that Weinstein or P. Diddy?
Weinstein. But I thought, okay, that's a one-off. Oh no, that stuff is just continuing. You're just finding out this happened, this happened, this happened. It's like, wow, how much can the system take? Because when you've been operating in the shadows that much, kind of. But yeah, what we see is even with body language that even that something as simple as that has been taught out of us. You look back to people, the way people used to talk, lily-livered liar, because when you lie a lot, it causes your. And you were talking earlier. I can't remember where it was. I think it was you that was saying, what's going to happen? People's faces are going to turn green or something when they're telling a lie. We'll be able to see that kind of energy. But it turns out, people were able to, there's always been deception. Oh, yeah, that's like the art of
Sure.
war. But uh, you look at a lot of the popular sayings, and, they're true as far as body language goes. This stuff has been taught out of us. Even something as simple as that. And that's not working, ultra high up here. That's something pretty basic, and that has been completely taught out of us. That
Our ability to
authenticity,
build, right?
yeah, it's like authenticity. Um, it's really easy to spot somebody who's not being authentic, but it's been taught out of us. And a lot of people, they'll spot something and they're like, I don't quite know what it is. I have a that's where gut feelings come from. That's why
Mm-hmm.
women tend to be better because women tend to observe people more, because our tribe, back when we were, you know, doing whatever, before we had industrialization and everything else, everything revolved around your tribe, and you had to be keenly aware of everybody. If somebody new was introduced, is this person a threat? Because your life depended on it.
Sure.
And women, especially, because they usually had the caretaking role. And now that's essentially been taught out of us. And now we're at the point where a lot of people, it's like, I have this gut feeling, I don't know what it is. And it's because of that triggering in your brain saying, this person's not acting authentic. They're not. There's something about the way they're moving. I can't quite. It's kind of like the example you bring up. I did not have, or somebody talking to the single shoulder. I didn't. Yes, Senator. I had nothing to do with that. Yes.
Right.
Their body language is
The
off.
physical tells.
Yeah, there's just tons of it, and yeah, it's just been taught out of us, and our society is.
Lindsay makes a great point right there.
Mm-hmm.
But we've been super exposed to inauthenticity parading as authenticity.
Yeah.
Yeah, because think about it. Some Hollywood person will portray this certain way of living. They'll portray it. And they're acting. They're actors.
Yeah.
Okay? They're actors. So why would we not expect to get something like that from them? However, it's one thing being an actor and bring entertainment to people, but it's another thing too of indoctrination. And I can't even watch any movies nowadays because it's like, oh, that's filled with a certain message. That's filled with a certain message. So I typically, if I'm going to watch something, I'll watch Mystery Science Theater 3000, something easy, easy entertainment. And it's fun. It's a little cerebral sometimes, and it's usually science fiction related, which is also a draw. But I can't watch. I'm just not interested in anything new coming out. And I used to absorb everything Star Wars. I would absorb it. Everything Marvel, I would absorb it. And somewhere in Marvel, I got lost. I just stopped. Oh gosh, you want to talk about popular culture? Let's talk about Star Trek for a minute. Used to be my favorite show. I've been to convention after convention too. I haven't been to one in probably 30 years though. Has it been that long? Maybe 25 years. I'd have to look. However, that being said, it used to be my jam. I had loved it. And now it's moved away from me, or I've gotten too old. It's no longer.
Yeah.
And the latest series I did like, one of the leads showed his butt a couple of months ago, and I was just like, that lost my vibe for that show. They come out and get all political, and I don't like politicization of anything. Yeah, it's useful as a tool for the powers that be, but I don't like it because, nobody knows my politics. No one knows my politics except for me. And if they want to really dig and find out my name and look up my voter registration, they can do that. And guess what they're going to find? They're going to find independent. There you go. So I'll save them some work. Well, that's the thing, though, is people are so. I have friends. I can scroll through my Facebook feed, and then it's like, oh, this person is bad, and they suck, and blah 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 blah. And then it starts it, and I'm like, I'm at the point where, hey, every side has had to live with the other side, and you guys are missing the picture if you think it's excuse me, if you think it's down here where this is happening. This is not, depolarize yourself as quickly as you can, because you're just being a useful idiot. Either side you're on of sitting there being a mouthpiece, and put it in your actions, and I don't mean go and protest and burn down somebody else's property. What I'm talking about is walk your talk, get out there and spread love, spread joy. It's ironic whenever you see one side espousing this, and then if you disagree with them on the way to do something, then it's like, oh, then you're the enemy. You become the enemy literally within seconds. And that is short-sighted in my book. That I wish people could get over that, because as soon as they get over it, it's like, what's the first step in enlightenment to enlightenment? The first step, as far as I'm concerned, is realizing you're not enlightened.
Yeah.
And when you can get to that stage, Ben, you get to that stage of realizing, oh my gosh, this is huge. There's a lot of stuff out there. I just had this experience, and now I'm starting to put two and two together. Things are coming to me, and I'm curious. You become a seeker. And that's after you realize that, hey, there's this whole world out here of things that science says does not exist. It's going to make you woo-woo or crazy, or people are going to look at you crazy. But so what? And see, this is when we step into our authenticity. We're going to be our authentic self. And circling all the way back around to telepathy, think about if we suddenly had the ability to communicate in our heads right now, and it happened right now. We scream a little bit and freak out right here on the show. And everybody in chat's like, oh my God, it must have worked. Well, we could sell it pretty well, that experience. However, what it has to do is we just realized it comes with authenticity, because now you know all my deepest, darkest secrets, and I know all yours.
Yeah.
And you think about with pure authenticity, everybody living in that, you're either going to live so you don't have to be ashamed of anything, okay, which is ideal.
Yeah.
But then also, no one's going to care, because everybody's stuff is out there on the cover. Everybody's stuff is out on display. And that, I think, will come with a bit of maturity. I don't know if it could come in 6 months. I think it could come with certain people, certain relationships you have. You could probably communicate on that level.
Yeah.
But then all you hear during abductions and things like that, when people actually have these experiences with people who are speaking to them, and you've read it, there's hundreds of accounts out there, right? And see, Josh makes a good point too. Look at that. I had 2 requests to not be registered to vote when I renewed my driver's license. 2 requests to not. Oh, and see, Lindsay, that was actually a response to Lindsay saying, oh gosh, I had people harass me for months in various ways to be registered to vote. I would not. Wow. I'm sure that wasn't the JWs. No offense if anyone is part of that. It's just they're kind of persistent.
Yeah.
No dig on them.
Well, yeah, and then that's
Ooh. Go ahead.
That is really one thing, is that there seems to be a push to try to come out and, when you're in public, you have to say you have it all together. No, it's like, be authentic, with the whole laser thing. I have no clue what that is. I don't think anybody has a clue. Quantum tunneling, we're using that in our hard drives. You talk to the biggest expert, they'll tell you they have no clue. They know it works. They have no clue how it works.
Really?
Quantum tunneling, if you look that up. It's just one of these things that they're getting into realms, and it's like, we have no idea how this works. I think it may have been Elon, I don't remember. Somebody said, if anybody comes to you and tells you they have quantum theory figured out, they're lying. That everybody in it's just kind of guessing and stuff like that. So,
well, I believe that I think that every moment is built to a quantum record, every bit of it. When I first learned about quantum stuff and the ether, I've had the ether poke around in my mind here and there. You would read this or watch something about Tesla. Mm-hmm. And then March of last year, I probably told this story before, but maybe someone here has not heard it before. I was with my friend, my conspiracy chick, and that's an honorable name. I'm not dissuading her in any way, and because she knows her stuff when it comes to conspiracy things, and she's ready for the change. Of course, she's ready for it, but she invited me to watch a fellow named Phil Godlewski, and he's like one of the big voices for all the Q stuff and all the conspiracy stuff. Apparently, he's got inside contacts and everything like that. It's very interesting. But we had dinner, and then I watched this show with her, and the guy started talking about the ether, and he was like, well, just think, we're going to have quantum records. We're going to have access to them. We're going to do it via our phone, and we'll have an app or something like that. You'll be able to access it like that. And so, like, if you and Ben are talking about a certain date and let's meet in 2 months, and we'll get back together. That your phone will remind you. So he's sitting here talking about accessing or writing to our personal quantum records that are hack proof, because I can't get in yours and you can't get in mine. And your phone's going to remind you when it gets close to the time. It'll do it automatically. That it's going to remind you that it's time to follow up with Ben. And I was thinking, screw that, man. Screw that. I was thinking, I want to program the ether to make it 82 degrees in this room with a slight breeze. 82% THC for freaking 30 seconds, unless I fall over first, and then change it back to normal. And we'll keep the temperature, but change the air back to normal. That's what I'm thinking about. And then 2 hours later, that's when I had the vision. I had a vision of it that happened to me. I was laying in bed. Complete experience, loud boom in my head. I saw these two fellows crafting, of all things, a square stone. And they were dressed a specific way, and it's like it came, like I was seeing it out of my eyes. And my head got knocked back because obviously I got hit right here in my third eye. And amazing experience. And yeah, that sounds kind of woo, but the thing is, that's my truth. It happened to me. So, and I'm going to tell you about it. I don't care if somebody, well, that guy's crazy because he had an experience. Well, judge not lest you be judged. Do you have something you don't share because it sounds too crazy? Hey, step into your authenticity, pal, and tell me, it's that thing. Because if you work in the truth all the time, guess what? You never have to do. You never have to cover your freaking tracks.
Yeah.
You live in the truth all the time, and it doesn't vibrate with people all the time. Some people are not going to like what I just said. Okay, well, that's my truth, my experience.
Yeah, you don't have to remember. You don't have to. It's just much easier.
All you have to do is remember the truth.
And the truth oftentimes doesn't need to be defended as vigorously as a lie will be. You don't believe me? Oh, well, I'm going to show you, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, it's like, okay, fine. You don't believe me? Okay. But we become so conditioned that it's like, and everybody, it's fascinating that you see everybody knows this is a little game that we go out and we pretend we're one thing and face to face, and then we go back and we're another way, and it's just isn't it easier just to now. Granted, I mean, you may not want to pick your nose at a highfalutin restaurant that you pay in $150 a plate, but
that would be being crass then.
Yes,
that's not necessarily being authentic. It's like, well, somebody could say, oh, well, you might tell me, well, my authenticity is, hiring 6 hookers a day and drinking myself blotto every night. And I'm thinking, okay, that doesn't correlate with the person I know, but perhaps that's true. And none of that is true, you guys. I'm just using that as an example. I'm sitting here saying it, and that is something I had to reconcile in the last couple of months too. Because when I meet a spiritual person, I typically hold them in a higher esteem than I do people that can't speak my language. You see, I typically hold them in a higher esteem. But also, I used to hold, not every tarot reader out there is into spirituality. It's that old saying, if you want to say that, if it's an old saying. But not every card reader is in the light.
Yeah.
And they're just not.
Yeah.
And I think on some levels, you find who you need at any given time. I mentioned it earlier to Amanda a couple hours ago. I said, what did I say? You find the right guru at the time you need them, the time you need them. And like I used to listen to certain people religiously back in 2018. I would not miss certain shows. And now I don't, they don't resonate with me.
Yeah.
And that's unfortunate, but also I've seen changes in those people too.
Sure.
Because I watched one of a young lady that I really enjoyed listening to and resonated with, and I noticed a change of her focus to really soaking all the money she could out of her enterprise. And I was kind of like, that's kind of disappointing. I was like, oh gosh, don't we have enough people out there making a buck? But see, then it comes full circle again. Why are we out here trying to break let's have 16 side hustles. Oh yeah, get some pats on the back for that. And then you come across as saying, I'll let you have a word here in a second. I'm sorry.
Mm.
But you come across the saying of the only person that's going to remember every night you worked late are your kids.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Yeah. Yeah. You'll be remembered for your love, not your work.
yeah, that's it. That's it right there. And, that's why I say I maximize the time that I get with mine because, soon are the days where they'll be off to college or off starting their lives.
Yeah.
And then, look at how often you contact your parents. I don't know if your parents are still living. Both of mine have passed, but before that, how often did you go see grandpa or did you go see your parents? And I think it's the right amount. I think we end up doing it the right amount that we're supposed to.
Mm.
And it's pointless to beat, to sit there and beat a dead horse and say, oh God, I wish I could have spent more time with so-and-so. Well, the thing is hindsight is 2020, of course. So, hey, Trista, good to see you. Oh, we're just having a little Super Bowl stepping out of the Matrix thing, and we got to talking for a long time. So, yeah, we've had a good time. So thank you for coming by. And we will meditate at the top of the hour, of course, as usual.
I think I'll go ahead and go home. But
oh, you're still at the office, dude?
yeah, well, yeah, I was driving by and thought, well, what the heck? I'll pop in here. It's quicker than going all the way home.
Cool.
It's the same, like I'm here to do FaceTime, and the environment around me
It's
doesn't
cool.
matter. So yeah.
I like your office there, though, especially with all the SG1 stuff. Or did you change it to Star Trek?
Oh no, it's still SG1. I haven't downloaded a video that I can put on loop yet.
Oh well, when you find, I've been using one from Star Trek, and I just right click it on the screen on YouTube and loop it, and then that way you don't get any commercials.
Oh, okay. Okay, and that was what was bugging me is I'd be in a meeting and there'd be a commercial flashing up on the screen or something because I'm cheap and I don't buy the full blown YouTube account. The version.
I don't know. I've had it. I'm finding YouTube now to be sluggish now that I'm like neck deep in X because X is instant, whereas YouTube you still have, unless you're live like we are right now, you have to do a few things and you're going to get late unless I'm sitting here reading late breaking opinion or news. And I find X, it flows. It's kind of my style is to go and get stuff firsthand, and that way you get X number of stories. That's interesting. You get X number of stories, and you kind of, okay, what's the mean? What's the average? What am I looking at? What's my picture? What's my opinion on it? So I think it's good. It's cool in that way. Well, Ben, thank you so much for coming by and spending freaking your precious Sunday. No, it's Saturday.
Sunday.
That's right. It's Super Bowl Sunday. Wow.
Yes.
Like the last 2 hours, I thought it was Saturday for some reason.
I wish it was.
That's awesome. All right, my friend. Thank you for coming by, brother.
You take care and you have yourself a great day and a great evening. And I'll be with you in a few minutes.
All right. See you in the meditation. All right, brother. That's awesome. Ben is so freaking cool. All right, here, my friends. We're going to hang out. So the game plan for the rest of the evening is I will intermission screen for about 15 minutes, and then I will be back, and we will chit chat. And at the top of the hour, we will have our wonderful meditation, our energy meditation. Oh, that's not the one. It's this one right here. There we go. Live meditation at the top of the hour. So hang out for a few more minutes. And I'm going to put something special in. Zane, good to see you. Good to see you, Zane. All right, so we're going to do something here real quick. We're going to give out. We're going to give out some. I'm going to put something in chat. You have to refine Victor. Oh, my on one of your screens you can hear me, but you can't see me. That's awesome. All right, so what I'm going to do is, how am I going to do this? Okay. It's coming, you guys. Stand by. It's coming into the chat. All right. I will see you guys in about 15 minutes or so. And until then, hang out, chit chat. I put something in chat too. There we go. I'll see you all in about 15 minutes. Hello, beautiful souls. Welcome to Truth Wave. I'm your host, Victor. Thank you so much for coming by to get your nightly dose, your Sunday sunset dose of medicine, because as you know, our medicine is the best medicine. What a great day. What a great day. We've spent about the last 4 hours, 4 hours and 45 minutes, actually, almost. We're like literally like 30 seconds away from 4:45. That's pretty cool. Spent the afternoon talking about stepping outside of the matrix. Things we've done, things that used to be so important to us in the past. Things we've let go as our awareness of the way things operate, the way things work. You know, we're letting so many things that used to be so important to us, letting it go and letting it flow, as I like to say. Oh, hey, before I get too far, let's get to some first love. I put a little thing in chat, so whoever the first was to respond is getting some bonus first love. Technically, they are the first love for the sunset session. All right, because we had first love for our special session. So even though I haven't updated it or made it into a separate stream, we're going to head and give some first love. Excuse me, throat's just a little dry. So who do we have out there? I stopped it when I saw it. So Karen Suki, you stand up and take a bow. You're a superhero with the first love after my comment. Officially the first love for this sunrise session.
I love you. I love you. I love you.
All right, so let's give her the appropriate amount of accolades within chat. Here was her statement. Love Gaia. And there was also a good second runner-up with Lindsay. That's a good statement. See? So well done, both of you. So be sure to give them the accolades, and Karen, stand up and take that bow as you're a superhero. What a wonderful day. You know, it's been amazing. We have an amazing panel of guests on, some of which you knew already, some of them you know and see every day. And I do apologize to Josh because we were not able to get the sound working. We'll figure it out. It's something on our interface and our technology, but we'll get it worked out and have Josh on really soon. And also, Christy will be back, and she is going to load the nodes sometime, I think, this week. Excuse me. That'll be really nice. Oh, lost my mouse pointer. There we go. All right, let me get caught up down here. Oh, so Karen, you're going to light some Egyptian sandalwood for us. That would be awesome. I love that smell. Love it. I have some called Black Magic, and it's not. Don't insinuate anything from the name. It just happens to make my space smell amazing. Because one would think it would be me making the space smell amazing. No, that's not the case. My space makes me smell amazing. It's the other way around. Excuse me. Yeah, but thank you for that. All right, let's talk about the meditation a little bit. We have a few more minutes. And I want to thank everyone, all right, that came by this evening, because who was it? We had Christy came by, Ben came by, Amanda came by, Victoria came by, Tanya came by. Did I miss anyone? So if you need links to anyone's stuff, or you have any questions, just ask in chat, and we can get you to their appropriate spaces, because I think everyone has a channel that came on tonight. So if you're interested. Oh, and also our friend Vicky that came by earlier. Unfortunately, she was at a Super Bowl party. Excuse me. I choked down a bit of food and it hasn't quite made my throat a little dry. I do need some honey. Yeah, well, I wasn't saying I do black magic, though. So please don't get that implication. I was just talking about the... Oh, well, that's kind of cool about your cat. Trista. I have some tea right here. Oh, well, thank you, Zen. Zane. There you go, Zane. There's your new name, Zen. Thank you for subbing to Ben. That's awesome. Ben's a great asset, great friend, frequent visitor here, and he will probably be back right about now. That's awesome. I was just thinking about that, Ben, that you had to drive home. Yes, it's good stuff. Good stuff. So if you would like to see, I was going to bring up about Vicky. Vicky has an amazing tea business, and that is how I love how things work. We talk about synchronicity all the time, right? We talk about it all the time, but Vicky's tea party has brought together so many people in such a magnificent way. I met someone that's in my group, and some of you know her, and I would have not met her if it was not for a tea party that I had with Vicky D, who was on here a couple hours ago. And it was amazing because I knew right when she started speaking, I was like, I need to know that lady. I need to know her. And sure enough, and we've done so many things. We've done so many, we experiment on things, and we've done so much work, grid work per se, if you want to say it that way, together. And absolutely amazing lady. And that was because, and we joke about it because we say, all because of tea. All because of tea. One of the most ubiquitous items on the entire planet, tea. And of course, tea has another element mixed into it, and that's water. And so many things, dadgummit, man. So many things we're learning about water nowadays too. That water has memory. And you see stuff all over social media about people imprinting pictures on ice. And the ice is picking it up. How's that work? It proves it. So, if that's the case, then could we not utilize water like we utilize ether? Are we writing quantum records to the water? Is there a specific way to do that? If we could read those records about the water, would we be able to see the entire history of the planet? Because of that knowledge the water keeps retained. It's really interesting. Interesting little polynomial there. Nice little rabbit hole. I don't know if it's the rabbitest of holes, but it's still. Heck, 20 years ago, were we even having these conversations? Look how the conversations about things. Heck, 20 years ago, you would rarely see stuff about UFOs in the news. And now you see stuff almost daily about aliens or alien contact or this or that. And so part of that could be a psyop of them getting us ready for it. Like very much like the movie Paul, where he says, well, my image has been drip fed to the public for 30 years via X-Files and lunchboxes and movies this and movies that. So Are they talking about, earlier you mentioned, Trista, you mentioned being in Edmonton. I've actually been to Alberta before. Great place. Had a great time. I was there about 11 days. Got addicted to Tim Hortons, which is great. I mean, it's good. It's good quality coffee for what you're getting at a donut shop, but loved it. Absolutely loved it. Great experience up in Alberta. And I even stood in that building that has the little outcropping where it's just a glass floor. Still have the photo, actually. Pretty cool. All right, let's go talk about our meditation for a moment. Oh, shoot. You guys, hold on. We've got something more important than that. Let's talk about this. Let me send some energy out to you guys. Doggone, almost forgot. Oh, French vanilla coffee is amazing. I don't think I tried theirs. I was probably just drinking it straight. But it's really cool because if I ever need some sugar, if I need to sweeten any drink, I just use my finger. Hey, Millie, good to see you back. All right, so I'm sending out one of these energies right now, and some of you are really connected to me right now. It feels amazing. So let me send this to you. Let me send this symbol. What symbol am I sending out to you? What symbol am I sending? What words am I sending? What does it feel like? What's the symbol's fragrancy? Yes, what is the fragrancy of this symbol? Good evening, Josh. Good to see you back, brother. We'll get that to work. We'll figure out our technical issues. And when the time is right, it'll happen. I fully believe that. What's the symbol I'm sending to each and every one of you right now? What words am I sending? What's it feel like, and what's its fragrancy? Fragrancy being, what's it smell like? What's the frequency of its smell? Cherie, namaste. Good to see you again. Good to see you. Did I change the label? I didn't change it on my end. I don't think. Maybe I have to go out a little bit and then come back in, sort of thing. Maybe that way. Oh. We'll try that. And we were potentially to have another speaker earlier or during this segment, but we could not get our interface going. We couldn't make it happen, in other words. There we go. All right. It's almost that time, my friends. Time to make the donuts, as Dunkin' Donuts used to say in this country. Whoops. Who is the typo god? That's right. All right, let's get over to the meditation, my friends. It's almost time. Almost time to go deep. So you're going to hear a loud sound here in a moment as I clear our energy and put up protection. Then we'll proceed. Here we go. In the frequency of love, we gather. Archangel Michael and Spirit Guides, please put a sphere of love and light around each and every one of us, and only let that which serves our higher good enter. So it is. Once again, we find ourselves floating over our beautiful planet, and we see an amazing sheen of energy, not only emanating from the center of the planet and working its way out. We see that layer of charged ether energy just above the surface of that other energy. In a few moments, we'll be renewing part of this energy. Excuse me. Now bring your gaze up from the planet, and you'll see our golden pyramid with a curious diamond cap top. Within the golden pyramid resides our love node. And on the love node, they take in all the energy that the golden pyramid receives, wrap it up in love, and push it up gently into our diamond cap above. As the golden pyramid is the focus of all of our energy and intention throughout this meditation. Now look to your left and your right, all around, and you'll see that we are enclosed, along with the planet and our golden pyramid. We are enclosed in a very large, translucent golden sphere. This is the unity consciousness sphere, my friends. It not only protects us, but it powers us as well. Because it belongs to us. It belongs to each and every one of us. Now, let's come into our hand circle, my friends. Come in here right now. Grab those hands of all our amazing friends here right now. And I'd like to thank all of you for visiting tonight from YouTube, from Rumble, from X, and from Facebook. Thank you for being here. Look around. Look at all those smiling faces around you. If you're not smiling right now, receive this gift. Receive the first gift of the session. The first gift, and that is the gift of joy. So stretch that mouth to your ears. Give yourself the best Laura smile. A smile Laura would be happy with. Stretch that mouth to your ears and receive that free gift of joy. Right in here, right now. Just bring it in. And feel it. Feel it as we come together, doing this as one, pulling this amazing joy in. Feel this vibrational frequency increase. Feels amazing. Very good. Now let's look down in our heart space, my friends, and you'll see a spark of bright white light. A spark that we are about to feed with a tremendous amount of energy. Let's take 3 nice deep breaths to facilitate this incoming energy. 1. 2. 3. Very good. Now look back in your heart space, my friends. What was once a small spark just moments ago has grown into a very large sphere of energy, a sphere that is slowly spinning to the right, but getting larger and larger as each moment passes. It's up to your shoulders, down to your knees, working its way just over the top of your head, your crown, down to your fingertips and the tips of your toes. Now your body is fully engulfed in this healing, cleansing light. So, step out of its way. Let it perform its function. Let it heal you and cleanse you. Right here, right now. Now, look down at your chest and you'll see a transparent tube growing out of the center of your chest. Growing out and out until it pierces the unity consciousness sphere. And through this tube you begin to see light flowing, but also you see some dark green material, some muck and gunk. Just watch it flow down this tube, and you see it being safely deposited on the other side of the unity consciousness sphere. Now's the time to let go of any attachments you might have to things, or to release anything that might be attached to you. Let it go right now, and let it flow down that tube, away, safely away. Now's the time to release any anxiety you might have about our future, about your future. Release any fear you might be experiencing or holding on to. Release any need to find anything that separates you, to take part in anything that separates you from each other, from one another, from other humans. Now's the time to let it go, my friends. Let go of any doubt you might be having about yourself as well. Let's do one more sweep with our arms and our hands. Just sweep through our body one more time. Just in case we overlooked any muck and gunk, and bring it right here to that tube, to that transparent tube, and send it on its way. Pushed by this healing, cleansing light that's emanating from our bodies. And watch that last bit of muck and gunk flow away. And now it's very nearly over through the sphere, the unity consciousness sphere. And it's just adding to that glob of muck and gunk you have on the other side. Your tube is now running clear, my friends. Collapse that tube. Now let's bring our focus on this glob of muck and gunk. Now break it into a fine mist, into billions and billions of particles. And now with your hands, just reach out. You're not going to touch this muck and gunk. You're just going to use your energetic hands from this side. And you're going to squeeze that muck and gunk. You're going to squeeze it with your hands, and squeeze it with your hands, and squeeze it with your hands. It's getting smaller and smaller. And on this last squeeze, it is going to disappear. This way, that muck and gunk we just released from your body no longer exists. It may never infect or infest another being ever again. So it is. Let's bring our awareness back to our hand circle, my friends. Come back into this wonderful connection and take a look around. You no longer see those smiling faces. You are seeing one another in their purest of forms. So know this, my friends. We gather in love. We are in the frequency of love. No one else's muck and gunk can enter this circle, this space. You're probably the safest in the safest location right now that you've ever been in. So, take your second gift now, and that is the gift of presence. Give yourself that gift, the gift of this experience. Be present with my voice. Be present with one another. Right here, right now. Give yourself that gift. And enjoy these moments of love, these moments of unity, coming together with people we know at the highest level. We know them energetically, and we like what we see. We love having this experience together. Very good. Now that we're all connected, let's reach out to all the nodes as I say them aloud and connect to those specific energies or choices. Unity consciousness, Mother Gaia, Father Sky, peace, truth, joy, and love. If you do not find yourself on a node this evening for the sunset session, just send your positive intention right now. Send it into the golden pyramid, as we are all sending our energy and intention as well. All of us on nodes, sending this amazing energy, which is very strong this evening. Absolutely well done. This is presence right here, my friends. Feel that energy. Feel it stronger. Very good. And we see that diamond cap growing brighter and brighter blue already. Very good. Very good energy flowing tonight, my friends. Very good. Actually, this might be the strongest ever. So stay focused. There we go. On the count of pulse, we'll send our first wave of energy down to the planet below. 1, 2. Nice deep breath in through the nose. As 1. Pulse. In your mind's eye, see this amazing release of energy from our diamond cap and watch it flow down every side of our golden pyramid. Down, down, washing over Mother Gaia node on the planet's surface and all of our friends there. And see this energy keep flowing through, going deeper and deeper into Mother Gaia, working its way down to her core, to the center of the planet, where we find her beautiful, amazing crystalline heart. And see this energy flow into her heart, into the center of it, and then pulse out in every direction. And see the charge of her nervous system, of Mother Gaia's beautiful grid of energy. See it crackle its way through the entire sphere from the center, working its way out over every surface of the inside of Mother Gaia, working its way out and out until it reaches the surface of Mother Gaia that we are standing on right now, sitting on, living on. Very good. The first third of our intention and effort is in place, my friends. Let's bring our awareness back to the hand circle. Come back in here. Reaffirm your connection with everyone. Just come back into this circle and notice that beautiful blue source energy. It's radiating from the center of our group. It's absolutely amazing. Now let's tighten our grip on these hands a little bit and take a few steps backwards. Take a few steps back And feel this connection as we're a bit elastic as everyone gets settled. Get settled in this new position with our chest open wide to receive the benefit, the maximum benefit to our hearts of this beautiful blue source energy that's radiating over our entire beings, saturating us with this amazing energy, preparing us to take that next vibrational step, that next frequency that it's awaiting us. Set in this beautiful energy. Let it perform its function of preparing you for that next vibrational frequency. That frequency may arrive right now. It may arrive tomorrow. Who knows? But you are ready. You are ready to receive your next one, my friends. Very good. Very good. Now let's take a couple steps forward and lower our hands. Now let's reaffirm our connection to all the nodes. I'm not going to say them aloud. Simply just say them in your head and reaffirm your connection. If you need to peek at the screen, that's perfectly acceptable. Here we go. Very good. Now that we're all fully connected once again, let's begin pushing our energy and intention into the golden pyramid right now. And give yourself that second gift once again if you need to, as a reminder. As a reminder, stay present, my friends. As when you gift it to yourself, you're gifting it to one another. And literally right when I spoke those words, I felt the increase in energy. Thank you. Very good. On the count of pulse, we'll send our second wave of energy to the planet below. 1, 2, nice deep breath in through the nose. Hold as 1, pulse. See this amazing release from our diamond cap flow down every side of our golden pyramid. See this blue truth wave of love, peace, and joy, of truth, of unity, calm, hope, everything wrapped up into one beautiful wave of energy, fueled, pushed along by this amazing release of breath that we just provided. See this energy, this wave, this truth wave flow down and wash over our friends on Mother Gaia node, and then continue on deeper through the layers of Mother Gaia, finding its way once again to that crystalline chamber that holds that crystalline heart of Mother Gaia. See this beautiful energy enter that heart and then pulse out. Pulse out in every direction through Mother Gaia's nervous system. Beautiful blue energy flowing through. That's an amazing sight. Flowing through and through every layer of the planet until it, as well, reaches the surface. 2/3 of our effort is now in place, my friends. Let's bring our awareness back to the hand circle. Sit in here and appreciate this connection. Knowing that here we know one another energetically, which is a far more intimate level of than knowing someone in person. We know one another in our authenticity, our energetic authenticity. I don't care how tall you are, how short you are, how skinny you are, how fat you are, how much money you make, how educated you are. None of that. None of that matters here. The thing that matters here is being present in this amazing connection. Feeling this unity course through our bodies. Absolutely amazing. Now let's reach out to all the nodes and reaffirm our connection to them. Wow. Go ahead and connect to them as I say them aloud. Unity consciousness, the Mother Gaia, Father Sky, peace, truth, joy, and love. Let's begin pushing our energy and intention now. Excuse me. And almost immediately, we begin to see that diamond cap grow brighter and brighter blue. We can see it through our closed eyes, my friends. Through our closed eyes. Brighter and brighter blue. And once again, this energy, excuse me. And once again, this energy is amazingly strong. So thank you all for being present. On the count of pulse, we'll send our third and final wave of energy. 1, 2, nice deep breath in through the nose. As one, pulse. Fueled by our breath of life, the amazing breath we just released. See this amazing energy, this blue truth wave flow down every side of our golden pyramid, coming down and washing over Mother Gaia node and our beautiful friends there. And see the energy go deeper, deeper into Mother Gaia, working its way down and down into the beautiful center, to the crystalline heart of Mother Gaia herself. And now watch this energy pulse out. And once again, we see this amazing nervous system of Mother Gaia and all of our intention and energy working through and working its way up to the surface. Where now this full energy, this third pulse of energy is ready. It's ready to connect to you. Connect to your feet, to your root. Full well knowing that you are already connected from the sunrise session to all the beautiful ether energy. So now, my friends, you are the conduit between Mother Gaia and Father Sky. You are the recipient of this energy, the recipient of this energy, this amazing connection. Connecting you literally to the two nodes, to the two energies that cause all life on this planet. The reason for all life on this planet is because of this amazing love story between Mother Gaia and Father Sky. Now, let's put our arms across our chest. That's a job well done. It's time for that third gift. The third gift, my friends, is love. And this is self-love we're talking about. So, open your heart right now. Open your heart to love. Self-love. Just give yourself a wonderful embrace and repeat after me. Aloud. I am worthy of love. I am worthy of love. I am worthy of love. I am worthy. I am love. I am. So it is. Just setting this amazing embrace for a few more moments. Not one person here, not another person here in this circle of ours can love on you right now any better than you can. All right? It's a great message. That you're the provider of your love. Very good. Let's take 3 nice deep breaths. On our third exhale through the mouth, we will release this amazing embrace. Amazing embrace for a wonderful day, a wonderful session. Absolutely beautiful day. Let's spend a few moments in gratitude while we're taking our breaths. 1. 2. 3. Release. Oh, very good. Let's come back. Let's bring our awareness back to our hand circle for a few more moments. Let's give those hands, those energetic hands, a couple squeezes. Let's give a little love squeezes to them and go ahead and release those hands. And hold your arms up at 45-degree angles from your body, just so the tips of your hands are just sparking off the tips of our neighbors. A little bit of spark going on there. Now extend your energy out over all of our friends here, all the way around this very large circle. Just extend your energy out right now. Give everyone a bit of an energetic squeeze. Give a hug right here that Josh, our friend Josh, would be proud. Be proud to give to all of his friends. There we go. Very good. Now pull your energy back and lower your arms. And keep in mind, my friends, gone are the days where you have to take steps back when it comes to energy. You have the wisdom and the knowledge now. You are fully equipped to access unlimited energy throughout any of your days. Very good. Let's gently pull our energy back from one another and from all the nodes. It's okay if any energy remains in either place. You're perfectly safe, perfectly powered for the next 12 hours or until we meet again. It's almost time to come back, my friends. So prepare your body, move your body, wiggle your fingers and your toes. Very good. And when you're ready, open your eyes and return. Wow. That's why too. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. Okay, maybe it just happens. It gets really strong when we get up in the 30s. That's pretty good turnout. You guys, thank you so much for being here. Yeah, see, you felt it too, Tanya. Yeah, see, that was a strong one. All right, my friends. So the energy I sent earlier to each and every one of you is unity consciousness. So if you got that right, give yourself a hearty pat on the back. Wow, see, you felt it too. That's good. That's awesome. Yeah, see, Karen, you always feel it. And so is this about what frequency we are on when it comes to giving and receiving, or is this about being present? You see the correlation there? Is it your presence to it increases your energetic connection? Yeah, I can see that. We could look at that a couple different directions. Well done, Ben. You got it. Especially joyful this evening and peaceful. Thank you for the kind words, Karen. Yeah. Look at this. Trista. Looks like she nailed it. Yeah. Well done. Well done. You smelled it this time. So you got the fragrancy of it. That's awesome. Well, good. Good. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Millie. Thank you so much for being here. Oh, and Cherie too. Welcome, Cherie. Good to see you. I saw you earlier. However, I think you will have to come by sometime this week, and I'd like to see your new ink. There you go. All right, my friends. It's been a wonderful, wonderful afternoon. 5 hours, 22 minutes, 56 seconds. So I will see each and every one of you at our standard time in about 11 point. What are we looking at? 11.34. Oh yeah, she has a different way. So it's, well, I'll just wait for Heaney. We'll put it up. It's 11 and a half hours essentially. I think she maths it out though. So what a wonderful afternoon. Thank you all so much for being here. Some of you were here the entire time. That's awesome. I appreciate that. And thank you for coming and going and coming and going. And also a special thanks to all my guests for coming by and spending time with us, spreading their wisdom, taking part in our fun party. So until the AM, my friends, 11 hours and 15 minutes, according to Heaney Standard Time. We'll see each and every one of you. I'm sending all of you love, peace, joy. Until the AM, my friends. Namaste. Great day.